All right, all right. I got cozy Pusheen music on. I got some cozy autumn lofi. And yeah, I'm just getting on today. My goal is to get a couple of really sick moments on the stream. That's my plan. Simple game plan. Just farm some highlights. Do some cool stuff. Try to get a big Widow Mine explosion and then turn it into a TikTok thirst trap edit. That's my goal. It's what drives me. It's what drives me. It's what defines me. Perfect. Perfect. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm. We're going to start today off with, should probably just do our usual, right? Do a random difficulty, random co-op commander. Except I've got this set up now again. So this should just turn on. That should just turn on. Any moment it'll just appear. Alright, let's see what we get on Brutal Plus. Let's see what we get from Brutal Plus mode. And try to hold ourselves accountable if we can a little bit. Just a little bit. We can make it if we try. We got one of the zombie levels, and we got Mengsk again. I don't always play random, but when I do, I get Mengsk. That's what happens. I try some new leave-in conditioner to try to get my crazy hair to like stay down a little bit more. So Nathan's trying some new stuff hair day today. Is there anything else I need to mention? No, I don't think so. I think that just about covers it all. I think that just about covers everything. And if it doesn't cover everything, then we'll get a tarp. We'll put a big tent over it. Nathan, you don't need to do that because you can just summon. You can just summon your guys right there. How about that? You just summon them. No big deal. Yo, Sonic EU. Sonic EU joined chat. It said he spoke his first words in my chat, and then he tipped me 100 biddies. Sonic, what's going on, man? Are you related to like Sonic the Hedgehog? Because I'm a pretty big Sonic the Hedgehog guy, so I figure I might as well start there. That's how I roll, and roll so beautifully he does, like a Katamari. You wish you were related to the Hog? Shame. Same. Sorry, I meant to say same, not shame, but also shame. Because it would have been cool if you were, obviously. So I'm playing. We got a couple extra difficulty modifiers on this co-op mission, and I'm gonna be playing 1v1 after this. This is my nice. I'll try to play a real army composition instead of mass static defense. So, oh my god, I didn't even tell these guys to change into workers. What am I doing? So now we should be good. Oh my gosh. But anyway, yeah. So all the enemies are permanently cloaked. Oh, that's great. And anytime an enemy dies, my units are pulled towards where that dead unit was. So that's actually, that one can be pretty annoying. You can lose pretty easily off of that. But yeah, this is just me. You guys can think of the co-op match as like the lobby for the stream. Some people put on a starting soon screen for like 30 minutes. And I'm trying to do stuff like that less, and I'd rather just be like, well, guys, for my like mini anxiety while I work up to queuing 1v1s, let's just do a co-op, get in the spirit of pressing the Starcraft buttons, and then it'll be a little bit easier to press that find match. Nathan gets ladder anxiety too, because it's Saturday. I thought about sitting on my belly, playing Raid Shadow Legends, getting super baked, but then what kind of man would I be? What kind of man would I be if I did that? You know what I mean? I just had 2 days off, but it's only because it's Saturday. I'm like, my brain is still kind of there. So I just took the last 2 days off. We had a great hour weekend. we got to hit up the Buffalo Wild Wings. We got actually we went out for a nice, beautiful nature walk with Katie's parents, my mom and dad now, I guess, probably what I just call them. And we got to show them the ducks that we've been watching out in the field for a little bit, so that was nice. And then we took them to the pond, so it was just a lot of really good times. There was a lot of cool stuff happening. That first ship is just gonna be absolutely cooked, huh? That's the vibe. Is what it's giving. Just need to get my call down stuff going here. I need to get the Imperial Witness. It's so important. It's the best gas sink. But I don't have detection, right? So that's kind of the issue. Oh yeah, and you see here, this is where it gets really, really, really annoying. Because they're just gonna get pulled in because that's what happens. That's the way that goes. So all the units are just gonna constantly get dragged into the center of that, which is as terrible as it sounds. So just thought I would let you all know that. Let's get the orbital delivery upgrade. Probably get the bunker upgrade because it's for the bunkers and the turrets. And the enemies are all permanently cloaked, right, as we've discussed. So that seems like something we should probably take into consideration. We get all the upgrades for the units in the bunkers. We won't necessarily have to play like a Omega Turtle, but yeah. But this is it. We'll retake the middle area now. I think we've completed the ramp up, if that makes sense. So. There we go. And in a way, this like kind of brings the witness over, or it can't be moved once it's sieged. Is that what we're seeing? That's nice. It's actually really nice if it can't be moved once it sieges up, so. These guys are still going to keep getting dragged, though. That's funny. Hello, Nate. That's right, Sonic will play SC2 as well. Yeah, Nate, have you been watching a bit of Stellar Fest? I don't know what that is. Is there a Starcraft tournament this weekend? They just keep getting pulled in. I need to give them all, like, the flamethrower items. There's a little offline cup in Ottawa. Oh, that's nice. Good for Ottawa. They have a hockey team, don't they? Hell yeah. I say hell yeah. How about them apples? Just keep dropping the supply bunker summons. Like that's might actually be the most effective thing. Oh my god. So as you can see, the units just get dragged around forever. That's it. The units just constantly are going all over the place. Yep. Scarlet, Clem, Lambo, Hearthstone, Beyond are the biggest names. Nice, nice. Well, hey, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Did they get a decent budget for it? Is it like a big prize pool? Oh yeah, I have Contaminated Strike as my main thing, and I'm, yeah, well, you know, that's the downside of playing random, I guess. That's the downside of playing random, Nathaniel. You're just gonna miss, sometimes you're just gonna miss out. And that's okay. It's just gonna happen sometimes. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I can just make stuff with these guys, can't I? That's like the whole point. Yeah, why didn't I just do this first? They don't have to worry anymore. I think I can still salvage them too, so that's good. You guys like listening to Meg's propaganda, right? I figured. Let's see what we've got. Technically, if we started ourselves, the timer is only 2 minutes instead of 3. See, those guys will show up for the tournaments that pay, right? Isn't that nice? I can't wait to see what the balance experts on Reddit say about this tournament now. I notice in the players that you listed, there's no Protoss there. Huh. Interesting. Are you telling me it's possible that because those players aren't wealthy enough to afford to fly out to this event, it's just easier for everybody else? Keepo. Harsum. Oh yeah, I mean he's a streamer more so than anything these days, right? He just makes content. Is he expected to be legitimately competitive at this event? Is he the highest level Protoss at the event? Alright, this should be a pretty easy hold, I think. I think we're good. Try to retake that middle. Trigger? Yeah, Trigger is pretty good. Technically, the guys are a little bit more survivable if you give them the flamethrower attachment as well. There we go. Being able to make turrets with 15 workers at a time is pretty nice. Something's going on over there. Hey, Poke. Hey. But it's a shame we don't get, like, the top-level Protoss players there. Or I guess it would just be Hero, right? It's pretty much just Hero. Unfortunately, since it's a real event, people can't just rely on max packs. Well, that's cool. I didn't know there was a tournament going on this week. I'll have to go check out the VODs at some point. See if they put the replays up anywhere, you know, get that juicy content. But Nate, we don't have to force this one. We can force it in a second, but like we should probably, you know, reinforce it first if that's. Oh, I did start it up my own there. That's okay. We got everything now. Ursa TV. Thanks for letting me know. Ursa. That's a word for bear, right? I think that's Russian for bear. I'm not even putting any like special attachments or add-ons on them either. I probably should do that at some point. Thank the Lord for our daily Starcraft. Yo, Beelzebub, what's up? What's up? Wow, he's got his name is a play on the devil, and he's thanking the Lord for his Starcraft. Now, if that's not the devil I know, then sorry, you guys have all seen the CW show Lucifer, right? That ended up getting bought by Netflix. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Seriously, it's actually quite decent. If as long as you can mind a handsome British guy saying he's the devil with an accent like over and over to people who just are kind of oblivious and think he's insane. That's more or less the plot of the show. It's quite good.
Can't attack the eradicators after they're back in the facility. Hurry up if you want to destroy them.
Oh, look at that. He had the Vikings back over here real quick. Look at this guy. He's getting it. Get it, queen. Here's what we need to do. There we go. Let's put the big guns. Put the big guns on these guys. Oh yeah, right. When they die, they actually drop their guns, so your next guy can pick it up. Turns out it's not a big deal after all. Nice, we did it. I don't really think this is a key area that we need to control. This area I haven't closed because it's actually useful, but I don't think enemy waves are spawning in this bottom position, so we're going to reallocate these resources. So we'll put a few more guys there. Bjorn and Scarlet cheesing each other and just smiling was very cute. Like old times, huh? Old times. Well, Scarlet and Bjorn have always been two of the most fun players to watch in Starcraft, I think. And if you've been watching Starcraft for a long time, you know, Scarlet and Bjorn are like two of the most legendary players that we still have in the game. A lot of people have come and gone over the years, but they're still here, right? Pretty sweet. Uh-oh. Yeah, Nate. That's what you did, man. There we go. See? It gets pulled in, and then you siege it, and then it doesn't move anymore. No problemo. Nate, maybe instead of just making them, like, completely haphazardly, you actually put some thought into it. Huh? How about you put some thought into it, Diva? Yeah, okay. I got this. Now give them all the big guns. Spend all your resources. Thank you. Alright, big gun guys are going to be up front. Everybody else is just going to be supporting them. Look at that. Took a second or two for the AI to catch up with what we were doing, but we got there. We got there. When you make that mistake of trying to take the units out of the bunker for half a second, and they go flying somewhere else. That is about where we are right now, isn't it? That is. That is. Just try not to get grabbed by the whirlwind if you can. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Summon the Zerg. Oh, his battlecruiser's just getting yanked around, too. Don't you hate to see that? Don't you hate to see that? Oh, what do you guys think, by the way? I got... So, because I got a better watch over the summer, I got it for a couple of reasons. Mostly for my personal fitness, because doing those rings is, like, the only crack-like thing that will get me to work out more. I love crushing my rings, but also now I've got like a pretty decent battery on my watch, so I can actually do this heartbeat monitor thing on the stream that I used to do. I tried it a little bit, but my old watch, I had my old watch for probably like 8 or 9 years, so the battery on it was pretty bad. It didn't really hold up. Didn't really hold up very much. So just random, more random happenstance things we get to learn about here. Alright, yeah, we can clear this out, too. We won't be needing this position anymore. We can clear them all out, I think. I think we're there. This is like the last one, isn't it? Oh, we need 2 more. Damn, 2 more. Yeah, no vision for a second or two there is like pretty bad. Like literally not seeing any of the enemies for a moment. I just got riggedy wrecked. That's okay though. That's okay, because you know what? All we need to do perfect.
You best get ready. Enemies headed for our base.
We just might get out of here alive after all.
All right. See, there you go. Boom, boom.
Another ship is out of time. Its pilot has no choice but to launch soon.
Oh, you shut down the attack wave. I see. Nice. I should make one of them with the anti-air rockets. The hailstorm launchers. There we go. I think we're pretty well set, though. I think we've got this in the bag. It should be done. Oh my god. Yeah, the whirlwind stuff makes your workers stop mining. That's also pretty annoying. Not a fan of that. I don't like it. I didn't realize they added an APM thing for Minsk on the right side of the screen. I didn't even realize they put that there. Hey, you guys will see my heart rate shoot up once I get into like a difficult game and my opponent BMs me and it'll just spike up to 120 and you'll be like, they spawn immediately, get pulled in by the vortex into the next one. Those guys just all get dragged out the second they spawn too. No, we're sending them into the funnel. Oh yeah. Oh, no doubt. Look at these guys. They can't even fight. They just spend the whole entire time getting dragged. It's not good. No, that guy's not. He's not getting out of there. He's trapped. He signed up for life. That's what he did. The ship looks safe though. And then that's the final ship spawning too. So see how that goes. I thank God teammate scanning. That does help. Oh wow, they blew up a bunch of our dudes here. They just all dragged straight into their doom. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. All of my guys. Oh, look at that. Look at all their guns everywhere. I don't think I've ever seen it spread out like this before. This mutation was not easy. I think the objectives were easy to hold, but like actually fighting when they're basically have infinitely spawning banelings and they pull you into them, that's pretty tough. That's pretty tough. I just gotta say it's pretty rough. It's pretty rough. Like, I'm out here trying to spawn guys, right? They're all just getting one-tapped even though I've got 3-3. It doesn't matter. It's a mess. It's a mess. Yeah, grab some guns. Grab guns. We gotta go, man. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. There's more. We're not gonna say... We're gonna lose. We're actually gonna lose this. It's got... Yep, GG. We're dead. We did it. We didn't make it, guys. We did not make it off the planet. That's one of the tougher... That's like... It's like... The whole thing fell apart because it took so long for us to ramp up to move out that we lost the first ship, right? And then that, I think, just snowballed into everything else. I don't know. Oh, that's tough. I shouldn't have built the fast command center, probably, because I think ended up taking so long to actually expand to that middle base. We ended up doing like another whole ship after that before we even took the middle, maybe 2 ships. So I feel like that was probably just a mistake. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. Alright, let's play some games. Barcode TVT to start us off. They're going to give us a challenge. They're going to give us a challenge. They're going to throw it. They're going to throw it at us. They're going to throw it at us, and they're going to throw it back. We'll see if we get proxied. Did my heart rate go up during the end of that co-op game? I wasn't really looking, but it felt... The moment I realized we were going to lose, I'm like, actually, they somehow, like 100 supply of my Marines in bunkers all got blown up. And I'm like, that was the only thing keeping me in that match. That was the only thing keeping that co-op game going. Was having the bunker line there. That was brutal. We've reached a new level of tilt in Starcraft. I can get tilted at a co-op game now. Didn't think it was possible. What's the common denominator for the failure? It's me. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. That's a lot. It is a lot. Alright. There's one last spot to check for Proxy Reapers, and then I think we're okay. Yeah, it was pretty nice times. We watched part 1 of the Real Housewives of Orange County reunion. That got pretty wild. They had to clarify it because, like, on the final episode, one of the ladies was, like, totally going to leave the show. So they went into it. There was some drama, as you might imagine. And then not too much else. Living Bobby put out a new video, so we watched that. Always noting that he only brings his girlfriend on the travel vlogs that aren't the crazy expensive ones. I see you, Bobby. I see you. You think no one notices, but we do. We're there. We're out here. Yeah, it was nice. I had a honey garlic chicken sandwich, a honey garlic spicy chicken sandwich. That was pretty fantastic, I must admit. It was nice. Katie finished in, I think, like 2nd or 3rd place on the Buffalo Wild Wings trivia. We crushed it yesterday. It was a good time. And I ran on my morning walk route for the first time. I worked. I put a 50-yard sprint in there. Just a little accelerated pace. So I started with a good... I think I made a decent run. Maybe I can use the R word and just say run. I made a decent little run there. So that was nice. Just been feeling good lately, more or less. More or less. Every day, more and more people wake up to the insanity going on around here, you know? Hopefully we continue to see signs that things will maybe improve. But not too much else going on. It's got his SCV. Is this headline for reals? It's as real as the Jets having a decent chance at a rebuild, but I'm treating it with the same amount of skepticism? Is what headline for real? Which one? I don't remember what the title of my stream is. Is it related to the title of my stream? Because I'm not sure I know what it is on Twitch right now. You talking about the Jets getting 2 firsts? Oh, yeah, SC2 back at BlizzCon. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah. You know, there are so many negative Nancys in StarCraft, and a lot of these guys, sometimes they come into my stream and they try to project it on other people to make themselves feel better about it, but I have to admit, I really like that. I really like that there's just good news to talk about. Makes me happy. It's nice. It's nice to have good things to say about Starcraft. But yeah, getting updates to the game again. The game's getting updated. It's at BlizzCon, bringing it back. It's good times. They're doing like a classic showdown where they're gonna have people from each of the games draft teams to play against each other. So there's gonna be a classic game draft tournament at BlizzCon this year or next. I guess technically it's gonna be in 2026, but you know, the next BlizzCon. Wow, I am absolutely ripping and tearing this guy. Nope. Yeah, but you wish you could save that. Well, I mean, unless he's got a bunch of shit just sitting right outside my base, we should be able to go do something. Since he's, you know, he's kind of given everything that he has up. According to Google, Jets have a 45% chance of winning. What, tomorrow or? I'm actually happy with just the one win. I think that's okay. I think just one win is okay here. GG, Mr. Barcode. There it is, baby. There it is. There it is. Magnum. Wow. He did get my supply depots, didn't he? Tricksy little hobbitses. GG. Hello, guys. Hey, Carlos. What's up? What's up? Yeah, I mean, I don't have any expectations for the team for the rest of the season, especially since we're starting to pawn off our best players. But I will say that I am looking forward to whatever we end up doing next year. I'm sure it'll be a great mess too, but at least we won't know what's going to happen. I think we're pretty certain. We can be pretty certain that we're doomed this season. I like where your heart's at, though. This guy comes into my chat every week. He's the most hopeful Jets fan I've ever seen. He bets on the games. He tries to use logic to say why they'll win. It truly is amazing. He's got an iron will. No, literally, his will. He filed it. It's forged in iron, just in case the place ever burns down. You know, because obviously a building fire wouldn't get hot enough to necessarily melt molten steel, right, guys? About TVZ, how good / valid is kill overlords in the early game? Is it possible to build a Viking or two to kill overlords? I mean, yeah, you could build Vikings to kill overlords at the start of the game. I don't see why not. ask yourself a question, right? If you were a Zerg player and you were used to Terrans never killing your overlords, do you think it would be annoying to have a Terran go kill all your overlords out on the map? Like, what it really requires is you to think about what exactly the purpose of those overlords are. Like, some people try to argue that the overlord isn't worth it, or that you could get to something else faster. But the overlord, you know, I feel like if I answer this question too directly, people never get it. So I'm just going to try and steer you to a place where if you think about what I say right now, you will be able to get it yourself without me having to, you know, completely spell it out for you. But I think the answer is yes. My explanation is you should think about why the Zerg player wants an overlord on the other side of the map. You should ask yourself, why do all of these maps have places to hide overlords? And then the really difficult question that's not easy to answer, especially if you're a noob, but do you believe that your opponent being able to see everything you're doing at the beginning of the game, do you believe that that increases their chance of beating you? Because that's, you know, if you can make the connection and realize that the answer to that is yes, once you think about it enough to realize that that has to be the only answer, then yeah, building a Viking is always worth it. It's purely a matter of what it is that you actually are prioritizing in the game. If you're trying to one base or rush somebody, building a Viking first probably won't help you because you're one basing. That part is like obvious in many ways, and an overlord's not going to change that. But if we were to take it to the next step and say, well, what about if we took it to the next step and said, well, what if I'm going to play macro, if I'm going to expand? Well, your opponent would need to have units across the map. Like, your opponent would need to have actual units that can go across the map and go to your base and try to poke you or prod you or harass you if they wanted to be able to know what you're up to. So you increase the amount of effort required by your opponent. You increase the amount of effort required. You increase the amount of resources they have to invest into information. And you have to keep in mind, too, if you're a Zerg player and somebody goes out of their way to get rid of your overlords as fast as possible, there's a pretty good chance, that you're actually just, you know, you're cheesing them. They're going to think that you're trying to hide something. But when you just do it as a part of your standard process, your standard procedure, I think it actually becomes really strong because the Zerg will think, oh, there's a reason why he's doing this shit. He's battlecruiser rushing me, or he's doing that. But if you just, like, build a Viking before you go into Medivacs, whatever it is in TVZ, like, sure, you could probably quantify it as some delay in your push, maybe. Like, that might be a really big deal for you. But beyond that, it's like, no, it's not. So, it's just not. But yeah, you just got to really think about it. Why would a Zerg player want overlords outside your base? Why would a Zerg want overlords outside your base? If you think about that long enough, you'll eventually find a lot of reasons. Eventually you'll find a lot of reasons. And that is so important. Once you find those reasons why a Zerg player would want the overlord outside your base, it'll become really obvious why killing it is always worth it. Thanks for sharing. No worries, man. No worries. I like sometimes, you know, I'm pretty confident in my stuff. I know the game very well, and I definitely know I can sometimes come off as a little standoffish. So, you know, just want to make sure I'm always keeping it real with you. Boom, boom. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at how lined up the Marines are for the Hellions here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Damn, look at this guy though, huh? He's crazy. There we go. I can fix that. Beautiful. Man, he got a little wild with those liberators. He did. He got wild, he got crazy. He's absolutely nuts. But he can't really make liberators anymore, right? Cuz he works for me now. He works for me. He's making Vikings for the rest of this game, baby. He's making Vikings for the rest of this one. Protoss is still your favorite, and to be honest, you wish the SC1 servers were still up. Too many things going on in this one. Well, you can still... Oh, I see what you mean. You're talking about, like, the remastered servers. Like, you want to be able to play, like, a Hamachi or old version of Brood War. Yeah, man, I love Starcraft. It's so good. So good. I think both are off cooldown, so we can begin the approach. Yeah, we just take those out. Easy. And then really, like, the best thing to secure the win isn't to chase those guys. It's actually to just, yeah, come over here and make sure that his cyclones, his cyclone add-ons, like, he's just gonna try and hide from me and go into cyclone mech. So now he doesn't have mag field. Now he can't get mag field. And I'm just going to kill his factory because what else is he going to do? Is he going to, like, pull those 10 Marines he has and go all in me? Good luck. You know, like, great. Have fun with that. Oh, then he pulls the SCVs, but it's just too little, too late. Oh, he's trying to make his own battle cruiser. I see. That's funny. All right, we just get right back out there. Just go get it. Go get it, baby. Yeah, Chaos Void on YouTube chat. He's talking about Brood War. Great game. Starcraft Brood War is the one that they made before this game. It's actually been longer since StarCraft 2 came out than the time between StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. That's one of those facts that can actually age a Gen Xer in 10 years in like 2 seconds. Just hearing that being said out loud. mine? Nice. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Second starport. Let's get some Amories. Make sure he's not mining any Vespine. We don't want that. If he really thinks I'm gonna chase him, that is hilarious. Oh, he doesn't even have Yamato. I see. Yeah, that's a problem. Can probably just focus it down, right? GG. Boom, boom. Keep fighting the good fight, brother. Miss the glory days of the craft. Yo, yo, yo. Well, everything's all about nostalgia now, right? Until we have another renaissance at some point. Until there's another explosion of like artistic creativity and investment in that stuff. So until we get out of the era of AI generating everything, StarCraft 2 is going to be one of the last original products, if you think about it, in the RTS market. Even Stormgate had generative AI stuff used in there, you know. But how many games aren't going to have that? Now, if Microsoft decides that StarCraft is worth investing enough in that they start producing like AI slop for it, then, you know, I'll certainly be willing to retract that statement. But until such a time as that arrives, no, I'm not there. I'm not 100% there yet. GG though, it was a good game. Is that still a thing? I don't know. I just meme. I don't think they're doing so hot. It's more so about the fact that new stuff, almost everything new, is going to have some impact, right? Even if they say it's made by an artist, the artist is probably using a tool like Adobe, After Effects, or Canva, Photoshop. And those things have those tools in there. It's gonna impact everybody's flows in some ways. And at least I can look at StarCraft and know that it's a reasonably well put together game that was made by people with their hands. That being said, the day AI figures out how to do like a patch that moves this game from DirectX 9 to 12, I'm all in. Let's go. That's what they got to do. They just got to take that giant source code of SC2 that no one knows how to work with because it's a custom engine. They just got to take all of that, feed it into some bajillion-dollar model, and say, please, please, refactor in DX12. Please refactor in DX12. Why pretend to be Nathanias? He's hot. TBH. There you go. Alright, this is a Terran versus random, so I'm just going to play it like TBT. Is it even possible for a new game to explode? Well, yeah, you just have to make a good game. That's really all it takes. You guys are going to be shocked by this, but there are actually no smash hit video games that exist that never got any love or attention. This is actually going to be really crazy to hear, but you guys who are fixated on RTS, you don't understand this. But there are people like me in the world, all right? I'm going to talk myself up for a second because you know what I do? I look for new games to play all the time. I tell you what, there's not a single co-op game on Steam that I haven't looked at the store page for in the hopes or that I would see a bunch of people saying, wow, this is a really underrated gem. I'd love to play this with my friend or my wife. People like me out there, man, we are looking for good new games to play constantly. I am constantly looking for good games to play. And the thing about people who don't just stick to one game and marry it, like they're, what creatures mate for life, opossums or some shit. If you don't mate to a video game for life, you'll find that there are actually new cool games coming out all the time. And unfortunately for strategy games, there's just not a lot of those. But I can tell you that there have been several good RTS games in the last few years. The problem is people don't actually mean it when they say they want new good RTS games. People are generally being facetious with those types of statements because what they really mean is me. I want more game like the one that I already like, and by actually don't want a new game, I just want a new version of the game I already play, but I don't even want that. I just want every other game that exists to no longer exist so that my game can be the only game. Like, that's actually what most people mean when they say that they want new RTS. They just mean that they want every other RTS to not exist so that their game can be the biggest and best and number one because it's too hard to learn new games. That's what they really mean. But there are a lot of good games out there, man. If you've been sitting pretending like there's an RTS drought for the last 10 years because no, people don't want to watch a bunch of man-children cry at each other constantly in esports, well, you just don't get games. You actually just don't get video gaming. But most of us are looking for good games to play constantly. If you make a really good co-op game, I will find you, and I will play your game. Alright? You don't have a multi-billion-dollar marketing budget, but you made the best possible game I could play with my wife ever? Guess what? I'm gonna find your fucking game, and I'm gonna play it. That's right. That's right. I'm gonna play the shit out of your game. And there's a lot of people like that. You hear all the time, every few years especially, some random, shitty, low-budget game will just blow up because they focus on making a fun game that people actually enjoy playing. That's the secret. That's the secret. Starcraft lives a lot on its legacy of people remembering how fun the game was, you know? But, like, most people never really even were interested or a part of that super crazy competitive stuff. And we have the stats. We know that for the most part. GG. We know that for the most part. Yeah, I did the wrong build. He was Zerg. I didn't know if he was Terran or Protoss at the start. But, like, for me, as a person who loves StarCraft but also plays other games, I did not get into StarCraft because I wanted to pretend that I was better than other people at a video game. I got into StarCraft because it was super fun to play a 4 versus 4 big game hunters with 3 of my buddies from high school. That was the most fun thing. That was the most fun thing you could do in StarCraft. So I have fans, I have people that come into my stream and they're always super, they're really focused. They're really locked in on their StarCraft. And I'm like, but they don't even seem to enjoy the game sometimes. And I'm like, what is it about StarCraft that you love, man? What is it about the game that made you decide this was the one you wanted to put up there? Put up on that pedestal. That's what you got to focus on, the fun of it. And if winning's the only fun thing for you in a game where you're rigged to lose half your games because of MMR, like, you're just guaranteed to be miserable half the time, you know? And if you want to really be an alpha male, you got to find a way for yourself to enjoy that game and not hate yourself when you can't always win, because you can't always win. Unless you're born into a very wealthy family, then you can win forever. So obviously, doesn't apply to you guys. But if you want to be good at the game, you have to recognize that losing is a part of the process. Your joy should come from what you do in the game. You should have fun microing the units. Like, that can be a great reason to want to play StarCraft. I love microing units. I love the feeling of having a spread out base that I put together all by myself. You know, sometimes I look at the game and I think about all this stuff like it's Legos. And then by the end of it, I'm like, look at this giant thing I made, and I'm gonna knock it all down and start over next game. You know, I don't get attached to my base. I don't get attached to the feng shui that I do from one particular game to another. I just like booting up the game, building the units, watching them smash against each other, and frankly, never being 100% certain what's gonna happen. Those are big. Those are big things for me. That's what it's all about. This is the one game I don't SCV scout. We'll see if this is the proxy game. You just missed the old days of playing StarCraft while you were in high school? Dude, same. Exactly. I would just go play big game hunters in high school all the time with my buds. That's all we did. I never had an MMR or an ELO in Brood War. But I tell you what, I spent years of my life playing that game. It was one of the most fun games I ever played. And I never, ever was in a game where I would have had to type the words GG, you know what I'm saying? It's crazy. Those memories are priceless, though. Eating pizza in Mitchell's basement on our super crappy, cheap computers. Just playing some Brood War, man. Just playing some Brood War. That's what it's all about. Yo, love Rapton. Battery degradation is why I'll never get a smartwatch. Yeah, that's, hey, batteries in general turn most products that exist into consumables, so I completely get you. I completely get you. His plan is just to, like, bait me down the ramp here? Newborn crying the whole time? Oh my goodness. Well, I see, you're experiencing fatherhood. Congratulations. Congratulations. I've heard it never gets easier. By the time they become able to take care of themselves, that's when they can learn to resent you, so good luck. Good luck. Having that with your Corsair stuff, used to have great battery, now it barely lasts a day. Yeah, some things are pretty good about that. You know, that's just batteries, man. That's the nature of batteries. One of my favorite memes is I always love to say it, but I'm like, guys, the biggest tech advancement in our lifetimes that we could expect. I mean, I don't know what the next one will be. Obviously, this AI shenaniganery is one thing, but I think you'll find there's definitely a lot of people who care about. Oh, batteries, man, batteries. Batteries are a big fucking deal. Batteries are a big deal. If batteries had improved at the same rate as like computer technology and chips from when I was a kid to now, we would have like month-long batteries and phones and shit. It is such a slowly progressing industry. I mean, most people probably aren't really aware either that like anything, especially like, you know, battery acid's one thing, but like lithium explodes on contact with air and stuff like that. Like people just don't really get that. There's a lot that goes into trying to work on that stuff. I fantasize about us having a battery breakthrough at some point. Like literally, yeah. Any battery performance improvement that was on the scale with our other technological advancements in my lifetime would change absolutely everything about the world. Is something I think about. Not that it's necessarily profound, but it's funny to see how computer graphics, right? I mean, I played the very first like couple 3D video games that were made, and it was like mind-blowing stuff back then. And now you've got like hyper-realistic stuff that sometimes, in many cases, can be indiscernible from real things when framed correctly. And it's like, you know, it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating that like some certain areas of what we have improve at just absolutely like impossible to really comprehend levels compared to other things. Yeah, like semiconductors and computer silicon type shit is just nuts. You guys ever look at like those old photos of the first computers way back in like the 50s or some shit? Like way back? Giant, man. You have a whole entire server room dedicated to 10 megabytes of storage. Like, it's nuts. It's crazy. Now you can get a terabyte SD drive. You get multi-terabyte SD drives. That's wild. That is wild. It is wild. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, Bill Gates said he couldn't envision Philly. Exactly. One of my favorite like memes I get, memes that pop up on my feed is the like 10. It's like 500 gigabyte console hard drive in 2025 is like, please sir, may I have another? 2 games take up your whole entire thing, and then it's like 10 megabytes in 2001. It just shows a PlayStation 2 memory card. It's like literally every game you will ever save for the rest of your life. And I'm like, yeah, it's the scale. The scales were very, very different. But yeah, when I think about if I had like Shenron Dragon Ball wishes, and it's like, what could I do for tech? For tech, I'm like, man, give us some non-explosive high capacity batteries, all right? I don't want to be too greedy, so let's just say like maybe like 5 times the capacity of current batteries. How about that? That's not too greedy, right? If I'm asking for a paradigm shift, I feel like 20. I feel like if I go Kaioken times 20, that's probably a bit greedy. So we won't go that far. This guy did go battle cruisers last game, right? So he might just try and surprise me with that again. Oh, he's going, is that just cyclones? Not gonna lie, you were scared to death to ladder in SC1 and Brood War, and after playing ladder in SC2 since the beginning, you realize you'll be okay at the game, and that's okay. There you go. There you go. No, it's hard to imagine. It's hard to imagine the kinds of things that would change if we had batteries that could last months like that. Especially portable ones. It'd be crazy. Crazy. When I'm bored or blazed out of my mind, guys, I really like hypothesizing about fucking batteries, okay? I know, I'm going off the rails right now. This is some intense stuff. You can see my heart rate shooting through the moon. I'm really emotional about this. Batteries are important. Although, to be fair, when I was first trying to learn about computer semiconductors, they did make it seem like stacking CPU parts on top of each other was definitely never going to be possible. That was presented as a pretty big stepping stone towards better tech. And the fact that there are commercially available stacked CPU cores type stuff out there now in any capacity is pretty fucking lit. I do think that's pretty cool. I do think that's pretty cool. When search engines were good, yeah, those are all getting replaced with AI, right? The first thing you get onto on the internet, I mean, half the shit you would see searching is fake anyway. How bad is a hallucination comparatively? But like making computer chips right now run twice as fast wouldn't have the same impact as, like, you know, increasing battery capacity by even 50% compared to our current mags. I guess what I'm really trying to say is I simply feel like we would get more gains from battery improvements than most other stuff at this point. It's all on oh man, guys, conspiracy theorying about batteries being limited to sell more phones. You came in at the wrong time, PokeGamer. We're not talking about conspiracy theories. All I'm saying is that if battery technology improved at any similar rate towards other technology in my lifetime, shit would be wild. We'd have some Avengers level shit. That's all I'm saying. It would be nuts. It would be really, really nuts. Nobody's talking about planned obsolescence. Yes, we know. We're not crazy. We're not crazy corpo bootlickers here. You don't gotta worry about that. So that's the move, right? You take out all the production. Beautiful. Yeah, let's break it down, man. Got him. Okay, your baby smiled. Battery filled up again. Hell yeah. Dude, that's awesome, man. Good on you. Whew. Did it spike up at the end there? I'm sweating a little. I really thought he'd have more stuff. I was waiting for the shoe to drop, if I'm being honest. Whew. What did he have? Was he maxed out? Let's just go back to before the fight. Like, before I flew into his base and killed everything. It was, what, 161, 166? Not too terrible. Let's look at the unit count. I think I had 8. Yeah, 8 tanks. He had 5. He did have some cyclones. He was going for a little bit of like a pinch move here is what it seemed like. And then he came back right on time to sandwich me. But I was like, you know, I'm not going to take a big fight here, because why would I do that? He's so spread out. His tanks are so spread. There's no real way for him to cover this much space. So his tanks are never saturated in one area enough to actually bring my army down. Like, I'm only ever having this Viking block attacked by 1 or 2 tanks at a time. He also had 75 SCVs, so his worker count was pretty crazy high. He had a lot of workers. Yeah, he had a lot of workers. And see, my Vikings are 1-1. His Vikings are only +1 armor because he got upgrades for his tanks and Thors. And that is pretty standard. That's about as straight up as it gets. Lots of people will go for the mech upgrades versus the air upgrades. But I love it because the Vikings they absolutely decide the game most of the time. Lifting the low HP Vikings like blinking back stalkers. Hey, somebody noticed! Oni-chan! Oh my, sorry, now, whew, you got me to blush there. He noticed me. Senpai noticed. Sorry, I won't let it happen again. Somebody called out a good play I made on my own stream? Hey, hang on, let me just polish these real quick. Maybe I misread the message. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you're all having a nice Saturday. Katie opened the brewery today. Katie opened down at the brewery, so she's gonna be back around. I think she gets off at 4:15, so I'll probably just be streaming until whenever she calls me on her way home. But we had a really nice weekend. We had our weekend on Thursday and Friday. We got to hang out with Mom and Dad. It was a good time. Hey, true enough. I turned part of my mile walk into a run. We got, I got a spicy honey garlic chicken sandwich. This is good times. Used to love watching you cast. That's sweet of him to say. Waiting for the proxy to hit. Boom, 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 boom. All right, seems safe, seems kosher. Hey, Liquid Nature. I'm kind of new to the streams. I was wondering, do you cast replays on stream? You know, it's not something that I do particularly often. I understand that for like a YouTube audience, though, it's something that people are kind of used to. I know on Twitch, people always expect stuff to be live. I'm shifting a pretty decent amount. I mean, our YouTube stuff has been doing really well, so I'm trying to make more content for that audience. So I'll probably do some replay casts in the future. I just know that for the really top tier games, most of the other big guys are doing them, or there's like big tournament type stuff. But what I'd like to ideally do is get the stream to a point where I have like enough Twitch subs or whatever that I could put on like my own weekly cup or monthly cup, whatever, bi-weekly, whatever we can make work, however we decide to do it. I think about like that. That'd be pretty sweet. But now, most of what I've been doing here is just playing Starcraft. I was mixing it up with some other games. I've been playing some like Madden, Resident Evil, all of that. But the truth is the truth, and nothing but the whole truth. Oh snap! Oh, he got me with the Reapers. GG. But yeah, the truth is that I like casting live games more. Sorry, it took me a while to get there. I noticed the second Reaper, so I'm going to guess there was another Rax there somewhere. Or just bad luck for me. Yeah, that happens. He had the SCV with his Reaper, so I lost the 1v1. Do I still do BC rushes occasionally? You know, Battlecruiser rushes really got boring for me, because everybody just blind counters it when they queue against me. Does that make sense? Like, the amount of work that I have to do to be able to Battlecruiser rush somebody on the ladder without them just rushing the counter to it is like, it's disproportionate, you know? So actually I don't really do BCs at all anymore because I get a lot of free wins now because everybody still expects it. So like every Zerg I play will just build 3 spores every game in every base no matter what. So like I actually have an advantage if I don't build them. Does that make sense? So people just think I'm an idiot. So like they actually genuinely believe I'm just gonna build BCs every game no matter what, no matter how much they abuse me. So I don't do it anymore. I just do all sorts of different random builds now. I'm waiting on them to make a accessibility. I'm waiting on them to make like a buff to bio in some way so that my old man hands can play with Marines again. That would be nice. But that's about it. that's really about it. I'm waiting for the over 30, but still want to play bio patch. That's what I want. Exactly, Sylv, exactly. Long con mind games. Exactly. The number of Zerg players that I just run into their base with Hellions and they have a Spire building or like Corruptors come out when I hit them with a ground push. It's disgusting. So, do I ever play other RTS games? You know, StarCraft really scratches the itch for me. There's not any other games that are as fast as StarCraft 2. So, like, StarCraft 2 is the most mechanically demanding, fastest paced strategy game there is. So, mechanically demanding as in, like, there's actually stuff to do, not just, like, wrestling with the controls. There's just so much stuff to do in this game. It gives me a good little bump of dissociation or whatever. Once I like lock in and I get laser focused on the game and go into that different headspace. There's not many games that give me that rush. Not many games that give me the same kind of rush. That's why I like competitive games. I mean, I also like a lot of single player games, so there's that too. I think somebody in chat actually asked earlier about other games that I've been playing. Dead by Daylight recently started another 2 versus 8 event. So Katie and I have been playing Dead by Daylight again. We got 2 8-kill games so far. She plays as the Wraith and I play as Wesker, and it's just a really good time. It's very, very, very fun. So that's what we've been doing. We've been playing 2 versus 8 Dead by Daylight this weekend. That was what we were up to. They also, you know, this Simpsons Fortnite season has been pretty sweaty. People are pretty hardcore about it. Did I have a favorite faction in Stormgate? I liked how similar to Terran the Vanguard gameplay was. What I like about Terran gameplay is that you just have a lot of different tools that are all kind of shitty, but like if you use them really well, they can be good, you know? Like Terran to me was always the potential race. Like your skill cap is pretty limited for Protoss and Zerg because in many cases microing is like the thing you don't want to do with their units. But Terran doesn't really have any units that get worse with more micro. Like there was for a little bit there was a version of the Cyclone that got worse when you microed it. But that part, that, you know, like that didn't last in the game because it wasn't fun, right? Like it was really obvious how bad of an idea that was once people put it in practice. But my favorite, I loved playing Vanguard in Stormgate because they were basically Terran. You had the dropship. You could do the same exact type of dropship control in Stormgate that you could in Starcraft 2. Like drop micro was so much fun. That was one of my favorite things about Stormgate, and it's one of the reasons why I like to play Terran. Like doing drop micro is really fun. It's just unfortunate that it's not very good with bio, right? Like you're not really playing drop micro bio games too much. So there's obviously varying degrees on how much you can do, or sorry, drop micro mech, but there's varying degrees on like how much you can get away with and what you can actually do in a game. So StarCraft 2 is like a really heavily overly tuned games, you know? Like StarCraft is a really heavily tuned game. Like if StarCraft 2 was like a political thing, people would just call it like super over-regulated. Like there's crazy amounts of like really small stipulations all throughout SC2 that are just like there more or less to control what people do or don't do, but like don't even necessarily serve a gameplay purpose, like an actual true function. They're just there because of things people have complained about. So that's, you know, there's not too many for the game to be enjoyable, but it's, you know, it's one of the tougher things about StarCraft. It's one of the reasons why I have an interest in other games as well, but there's just no other RTS game that really gets to that. Stormgate was the closest. It was the closest, but you know, I think especially with the big like financial meltdowns behind the scenes in a lot of the financial institutions and industries and stuff, and the complete death of like venture capital investments over the last few years, like there was really no chance in my mind they were going to be able to get the money that they needed once it seemed like they had burned through so much, you know. But like it's a pretty horrible investment market in general. Nobody is handing out money right now. I think, what did they say, like margin leverage is at an all-time high, consumer credit debt is at an all-time high, like pretty much every negative economic indicator that could exist has been triggered at this point. So it's like, who's going to hand a game studio another $40 million to make a game that they couldn't make with the first $40 million? You know what I mean? It's just, maybe if it was 2016 or 2017, but not this one. Yeah, I don't really follow the Stormgate stuff too much anymore, so I don't have too much to say there. There's some people who watch my stream and all they do is wait for me to talk about Stormgate so they can clip it and post it on the Reddit and talk about how bad the game is and how dumb I am. So please forgive me for what I'm about to say, but I don't want to spend too much time on that subject if that's all right. All right. I gotta go look through my channel clips and find whoever took this week's hit piece. There's a lot of Stormgate haters out there. You know, I actually thought about reinstalling it just to play a co-op game yesterday, and that's when I remembered that co-op still hasn't been updated since like January or February. That's really what ruined it for me. That was the biggest thing. It was the biggest thing I wanted, was just a better version, better supported version of SC2 co-op. That would have been so nice. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he wants it. Beautiful. He's been trying to push us to end this for a little bit, huh? He's trying. Make me mod. What you offering? What's on the other side of the trade deal here, huh? You want power? What are you willing to sacrifice for it? Do you even have the blood of a virgin lamb on you? Or I do mean an animal. I'm all about my witchcraft over here, you know that. Bro has been attacking me nonstop. I love this, though. This is what it's about, man. This is what Starcraft is about. Getting into fights, doing a little poking, doing a little prodding. What do you got? What is this? What is this over here? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. This is Starcraft. I thought this is Minecraft. Now we're doing the Megazord build. We should be able to take out the anti-air, take out the anti-air, take out the ultra. Perfect. Perfect. Look at this guy. Look at him. Ay, 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 Rangers. It is hard to take a fourth base on this 3-player map, I must admit. We'll get there. We'll get there. No, the only moderator on my stream is my wife. All right? If you get banned and it wasn't if you get banned in this stream, it means you probably said something. You probably said something you shouldn't have said. But I don't we don't do the moderator thing here anymore. It's just my wife, so safe to say what she says goes. Well, you know, my wife has a lot less tolerance for people being abusive towards me than I do. So that's really about it. There's got to be someone there's got to be somebody looking out for me, right? Sometimes she tells me when she's got a couple minutes on a break at work, she'll just pull up the auto mod list and just look through it. All right, I think we're there. I think we're gonna have to try and get out on the field now. I think that's just gonna have to be a thing. No, I should probably just take a 4th base instead. What am I kidding? What am I kidding? Got like 9 Thors, so that's not too shabby. We just gotta take another base. That's it. Let's see what he's got. But no, my wife is the best. Katie is the best. I have literally nothing other than amazing things to say about her. She is literally the greatest of all time. You should check her out. She is great. My dream is to be that guy that talks about his wife too much, you know? Bro, you really tried there. Give yourself a pat on the back. Oh, he's just gonna try and base trade us, that's all. That's all this is gonna be. This guy is pissed. He probably doesn't know about the other base I took, so that's nice. Full-on base trade Reno. Well, he did give me his infestors. That's nice of him. Beautiful. This guy's gonna waste as much of my time as possible, huh? Oh, he thinks he gets this now. He thinks he gets to have that. You will never get this. Yeah, he's got every base. Bro has got every base on the map. Bro literally took every base like cray. Hey man, you're the one who wanted this. Just don't forget that, okay? This was your idea. Yeah. No, he really is just gonna. This is the game now. This is the game. You're not better than me, new breed. You're not better than me, buddy. I hate to break it to you. He's giving me some good highlights. Giving me some good highlights for the YouTube, though. We're gonna have some clips tonight, baby. We're gonna have some clips tonight. Oh, did you forget to get Roach Burrow move for your base trade this time? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, imagine if it was that easy. There's the Ultra Cavern. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. Yeah, I know. This guy's cooked. It's over. It's over. No GG. No GG either. This guy dragged it out as long as humanly possible. Wild. Wild. You want to see the units lost tab? Yeah, no, I mean... Guys. Look at that. 47,970. That's what he lost. And I lost 18,600. Isn't that nice? And his whole entire plan was to just not fight me. He just told himself, he's like, if we don't fight, I'll be completely okay. Well, looks like Mama's wrong again.
It didn't work, my friend.
Let's go next. You were just imagining Bates saying Roach was for dessert after it got zapped? There you go. What's for dessert? Bzz, Roach. What are you drinking? Oh, you know, I've got that Coke Zero. You know what I'm saying, guys? You get 35 cans at Costco for $18.65. That's a good deal right there. That'll get you your stream caffeine. We got another Zerg player. Dessert? Desert no bueno. Yeah, exactly. You can always tell. You would always prefer... Guys, this is a pretty easy mnemonic device, all right? So if you haven't heard this one before, commit it to memory. It'll save you some embarrassment future in your life. Everybody's more afraid of embarrassment than anything else, right? We'll do horrible things as long as nobody calls us out for it. But it's called I'd rather have 2 desserts than be stuck in one desert. Has anybody here ever heard that before? Because I think it's a pretty... I'd always prefer 2 desserts. Just commit that in your head. That's the only... You only need to know that part. That does it. Now, it may be too fat-coded or American-coded with that in mind, thinking about desserts all the time. But I'd like to say, in my defense, fuck you. I'm going to eat as much ice cream as I want. I rest my case. Got some chocolate cone swirl. Got some chocolate cone swirl. I got one of those really tiny ones. Whenever we get ice cream, the way I handle it is we get like these yay big ones, these super small guys. Good luck, MSN, HF, MSN, man. Is that because the lings are about to arrive? Is that why the GLHF and then the typos comes out? His speed is already on the way. It does look like a pretty standard build though. Nothing crazy. He's made me think about MSN Messenger with what he's saying. I just turned on the stream and caught. I'm going to eat as much ice cream as I want. I rest my case. LMAO, I'm dead. I got you, bro. I got you. What's your favorite ice cream flavor while we're on it? No, we just get like the really tiny Haagen-Dazs guys from Fred Meyer. Like the super, super small ones. That way I can eat the whole thing in 3 seconds and not hate myself, you know? And if I'm feeling responsible, then I can consume it slightly slower than that. But a pint of ice cream is a dangerous thing to hand a man who's just consumed an edible, you know what I mean? Gotta be, you know, got a limit. It's called guardrails. It's called setting yourself up for success, all right? When I open the freezer and I see the 4 ounce ice cream, I know that Nathan tomorrow is safe. You like Smarties ice cream? Smarties? Smarties is doing ice cream now? Yo Yoshi. Yo, are you a famous guy? I just discovered you on YouTube Shorts. Yo, thanks, man. Am I famous? I've hosted BlizzCon a few times, but like, you know, I'm kind of famous in like an old game, if that makes sense. I'm pretty popular in Starcraft. Everybody in Starcraft knows who I am, if that counts. I don't know. I'm in this game. Does that count? I'm in this game as myself. That's pretty cool. Most people, when I tell them that I'm in the game, that usually does it. That's usually when Katie decides to talk me up to somebody that we meet in real life, and I'm like, oh, you know, it used to be a big thing. We used to have this show, and Katie's just like, shut the front door. This man is in the video game. And I'm like, yeah, that is pretty cool. It is pretty cool. Living life in the fast lane, one cone at a time. Sometimes that's how it be. Sometimes that's how it be. Gotta do what it takes. I've seen you 4 consecutive days on YouTube. Nice. Yeah, I did take the last 2 days off. The nice thing about YouTube is that my stuff can actually get looked at even when I'm not actively live, unlike Twitch, which is, you know, so that's a great perk. Look at this. He's got like this speed overseer. He doesn't want to give up anything. He's crazy. I still got the overseer too. That's the best part. So we'll see. We'll see where he goes next. Need an engineering bay. I mean, it is a fast guy. We could see. Yeah, Spire's about to finish. So this is good for us because basically we can see that he's making a lot of lings. But he's gonna probably go into really fast Mutalisks. So I'm only gonna make this last tank. Then we shouldn't really need too many more after that. But the key here is just build Liberators. Liberators are very good in this situation, so. Since he invested in a fast Spire, there's very little downside to getting these turrets. The turrets are going to more or less protect us for the entirety of the game, so. We just get those set, and then we can go take the 3rd base. We'll try anyway. Yeah, we took Thursday and Friday off. Like I said, we were hanging out with the in-laws, getting to show them a little bit of our place since we've moved in, and that's been nice. Sorry, Tomasco. Famous like a mummy? Yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh yeah, you know, as far as conspiracy theories we're following goes, Swiss bank UBS shutting down 2 of its hedge fund units. Just keeping score, keeping score. They're the ones who absorbed that one hedge fund that absorbed that one other one from America, and then somehow got kicked over to Switzerland. So you know, we keep our eyes on that a little bit. There we go. At least get as many lings here as possible. But yeah, I see he went into Hydras pretty quick from there, but I'm not even worried about that. Hydras won't be too tough to deal with. Dog needs a walk, wife come home. Oh, Tomas, hello. Hang in there, buddy. I'm channeling for you. No. No burrowed lings or anything here. Okay. He's got nothing. He's got nothing out there. Because he has the Mutalisks and he's keeping them at home, it makes it really hard to move out with my Hellions or anything, because he'll just be able to dive them, which is something, a very real threat I have to be prepared for. No. No changelings. No, Swiper. No swiping. So it's hard to get out on the map in a situation like this just because the mutas are still alive, so. One more big round of Thors will get us maxed out, and then we can go drive the knife in. Can I snipe a tumor? Ah, well. It's worth a try. I'm just throwing away my Marines now to free up supply. That's all. Oh yes, we're at the building. He's at the part where he's just gonna start creeping in my base. He's gonna try and creep my base here. Got him. That was crazy. Guys, Liberators versus Ultralisks. And he tried to go into a lot of Hydras. I don't know if he thought that, like, if you're gonna... All I'm gonna say is that if you're a Zerg player, and you find yourself in situations like this, I only have one question. Why do you not have any Vipers at all, right? Like, it's just too many Hydras. It's too many Hydralisks. That's all. He just had way too many Hydras, but I think I scared him with the Liberators. I think I scared him, and then he didn't want to build Corruptors, but then he did anyway. Just look at that. Watch him melt. I probably didn't even need... I don't even think the tanks got to fight. The fight ended so fast. I should have just let them... Should have just A-moved the tanks. Probably would have won even harder. Let's see. Resources lost. Yeah, that was just one fight, really. Just one big fight. How are you able to click so fast with the mouse? I use rapid fire. I need to make a guide for it at some point, and then I can just like, yeah, I don't know, call the SWAT to your house and have them make you open the YouTube guide and watch it. That sounds very moral insane. Everybody knows how to rapid fire, right? Your rapid fire partner will arrive shortly. Yeah, it's so you can bind multiple keys to rapid fire. That's the real secret. That's all. That's the real secret to the sauce. No, I don't have a bot in the YouTube chat though, Dr. Muffed. I don't have a bot in the YouTube chat. It's a good idea though. I don't think any of the commands work in YouTube chat anyway. Technically, each chat is like its own different URL, basically, when it comes to YouTube versus Twitch. So it's one of the many things that makes it a little bit tough to synchronize things across the platforms. Not to whine too hard, but yeah, if you just search like Rapid Fire Starcraft or Rapid Fire SC2, you'll probably be able to find a video that goes over it. I think I made one a long time ago. People have been inspiring me and making me want to make new guides, so I'm probably going to do some stuff like that, but it's also really easy and very lazy accessible for me to just say, a lot of other people have made this content. I don't look at other people who make content as my competition, you know. I simply offer a different product than all of them, so they've got good stuff. They've got good stuff. They know good things. I'm sure Loco or Pig have a really, really good video on it. What is rapid fire? Rapid fire is when you bind the left click function to a key, and then that key is the same as an ability. So you can rebind left click in StarCraft to as many keys as you want, especially if you edit the hotkey file with your like notepad. You can put even more keys than you would normally be able to for any action. So essentially what you do is you bind left click. Obviously, you still have your normal left click, but you bind left click to the. Yeah, let's just shut this down, right? Let's just hit that as hard as we can. So yeah, I just have all my abilities and stuff bound. I have left click bound to like all of my keys that I use to cast abilities in the game. That's more or less it. Alright, let's see it. What are you going to do here? Build 50 pylons inside my base? No? Okay. feel like 3 Marines is probably enough to focus a probe running up my ramp. We'll just go like Cyclone response to this probably. Oh shit, it's Nathanias. It's been 6 or 7 years since I've watched some Terran play or any SC2, really. Still a mech player? Yeah, doing some cursed mech. Do some cursed mech these days. My bio days are long behind me, guys. I played bio for 5 years, ruined my wrists. Never again. I'm good. They gotta take lurkers or some shit out of the game if I'm ever gonna be playing Marines. They're gonna have to make some changes, some big changes. Have ever played with or against Ketrock? Yeah, a couple times over the years, for sure. He's the guy that spams Ravens every game, right? Yeah, he's got a thing for those birds, doesn't he? He's not even from Baltimore. It's a Ravens football joke, sorry. A lot of Starcraft fans are European. You might not get that. Look at him go. He's going to build a base outside my base. It's going to be that boom-pa-dum-pum-pum-pa-dum-pum base. It's going to be that super base. That boom-pa-dum-pum-pum-pa-dum-pum base. Yeah, look at this. Look at this array. Damn. He's crazy. Woo! What a game. Beautiful. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. Doesn't one press of the key make all tanks in the control group siege up anyway, or is that not the use case for rapid fire? So, there are units that don't need to be rapid fired because they were designed for their abilities to work in a certain way, right? So, one of the reasons where rapid fire is really nice is like the cyclone lock on. Like, all I have to do is press the R key with my mouse over anything, and it'll just instantly, like, boom. Like that. You see how fast I did that? And all three... Well, actually, not even one of them got there. I went too fast still. But two of them managing to lock on in such a quick swipe is still really nice. But the whole point of it is that you just hold down the key, and it's for single cast abilities. Normally, the Cyclones would only lock on one at a time. So I'll just to demonstrate, I'll show you. But I have all three selected, and if I press the button once, only one of them will lock on. Now imagine having to R click. It's very, very slow compared to the rapid fire method, which is just, once it's off cooldown, just hold down the key, boom, that's it. All three are locked super fast. So that's one reason why I like it. Another reason is when it comes to having to repair stuff. So here, I'll make another demonstration. But here's the thing, right? If your building is being attacked, and you don't want to have to R click, and then it's done, but then it's taking more damage, but you're getting bursted down, you're getting hit by like Ravagers. Well, I have it on rapid fire on repair, so I just hold down the R key, and that's it. No clicking, no more wrist pain, that's it. I could just sit here and just repair this forever, just holding down R. Because if I use auto repair, then it's possible he attacks one of my SCVs, and then all the SCVs go around. Because if you use auto repair, and I'll show you what happens when you use auto repair here, is you shoot one of your SCVs, and then they all try to go there. So that's one thing you kind of have to keep in mind. So it's a little bit easier to just hold down the key in that space. I use it for that. I use it for when I'm dropping auto turrets with the Raven. It's a really big pain in the butt to try to drop turrets with the Raven because you have to find space and things move fast, you know. But I just hold down the T key, drag my mouse in range, and it's going to find a space because I'm going to be queuing turrets on literally every spot around them by just dragging. So I'm going to find enough room to drop all of the turrets. But yeah, rapid fire is just sick like that. And obviously, for attack moving, you usually do have to left click when you do an attack move. But I don't. I just have to hold down the A key, and wherever my mouse is, all of my units are going to be pushing towards that location. I actually do have to pee real quick, and then we'll queue for another game. Sorry, I'll be right back. One moment. All right, I'm back. See, I told you that wouldn't be long. We back. Thanks for casting. Really enjoying your presentation. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that, man. This is so helpful. Thank you. I used rapid fire for warping with Protoss, but didn't know about its use with other functions. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it could be too much, right? So I use Linux. I use Linux, which allows me to really granularly set my repeat delay. So I have it very, very high. When I'm rapid firing, my APM spikes up to like 4,000 easily. So it's really nice to just have that incredibly low latency ability to just issue fast commands like that. But it's a game changer. It's the #1 thing I ever did for the wrist pain that Starcraft gives me. It can also make it easier to target fire, since you don't have to A-click on a unit in the heat of battle. You just hold down the A key, put your mouse over the unit, and if your aim is true, I mean, you could snipe banelings that way pretty easily too. It's actually very nice for sniping banelings with like bio. But if banelings were the only reason why, if banelings were the best thing against Marines in the game like they used to be, then I would probably play a lot more bio. This is a chef, GLGL. After 18 years of being your own adult with a wife, you bought pizza rolls and made them. Now enjoying nostalgic nostalgia with an IBC root beer. Cheers, Nate. Hell yeah. There you go. There you go. Oh shit, it's Nathanias. Look at that. Look at that. That's right, baby. That's right. It's your boy. Now I have to sweat. Good. Fear seasons the meat. He's back on the menu, boys. Aye, aye, aye. You see that repeat the repeat rate is pretty high. It's up there. Hey, Master of Zero, good to see you, buddy. So glad you're streaming. Easy place to lurk after a crap day. Well, hey, man, I'm sorry to hear that. You just want to let you know I wish you the best, and I hope that whatever you're going through, I hope you make it to the other side in one piece. All right, cheering for you. Happy Saturday. Yeah, we do early streams during the weekends. Katie is opening tomorrow as well, so I will probably come on here, watch a bit of the Jets game and play some games tomorrow. I'll be on around the same time tomorrow. She's doing 11 to 4 today and tomorrow, so that's all I've got going on. And then she usually is closing during the week, so we do later streams during the week, earlier streams on the weekends. But yeah, the coolest thing about it really is like I'm in my bunker, right? I hold the A key. Anything that I mouse over, it's gonna start to shoot at. You know, it's a very flexible configuration setup that allows you to get a little bit more value out of units than you maybe otherwise would. It's also really, really helpful when I'm using liberators, especially because liberators, they siege one at a time when you do the click, siege. So the most effective way to siege the liberators is with rapid fire. And it actually didn't used to work on them because they would rapidly accelerate and decelerate while being given the command, and it ended up bugging out a lot. But they fixed that in the last patch. They actually fixed liberators with being able to siege with rapid fire in the most recent update. So that's one of the reasons why I've had a little bit of a renewed focus on it, and we talk about it even more, is just seeing that. You know, it's pretty cool. I love using high power units. That's how I'm going to phrase it. I don't like tanks and I don't like liberators because I don't like all these different 500 units that have to siege basically. But liberators are much better than tanks in my opinion. So I'm happy to have liberators most of the time. Siege tanks are definitely on the tougher side though. I hate tanks. If I could get away with never building tanks, I wouldn't build them at all. So being able to rapidly reposition my liberators has kind of become a game changer. Terran player that hates tanks. I know, I know. I just like Terran because they have all the cool toys, all right? The siege tank's just, you know, it's just not, it doesn't do it for me. There's nothing exciting about the siege tank. There's just nothing exciting about it. I think about the siege tank, you guys can see my heart rate. Or actually, I think I paused it while I stepped away, but I gotta turn it back on. I was like, does he really not have any units? But he's got some. He's got some. It does appear that he's being greedy, but I don't think he has nothing. With SC2 back at being black at BlizzCon, is it copium to believe there's more support coming? I don't know, guys. I don't know. I know you guys are used to being let down, huh? You've been hurt. You've been hurt before. And now, every time someone holds their hand out to you, you think that you might get hurt again. So, you know, I get it. I get it. You're afraid of being hurt. You don't want to emotionally commit because it allows you to control the outcome, right? Because as long as you don't have faith, you're happy to be surprised if something good happens. But if something bad happens, you know, you don't really have to take it to heart because you kind of already thought it was going to happen, right? So, you know, I think that's an okay. You know, if you want to hide in that, you can, but you could instead. Could accept the evidence of your eyes and your ears, and you could say, well, the game has gotten big updates for the first time in years, right? Blizzard hasn't been updating the game for years, so that's a pretty big deal. But I would even go so far as to say they're still updating the maps. I know you don't think that matters, but like, you think they would have kept doing it if it, you know, they didn't care at all? I don't really think so. So, I mean, there's still new maps. They're still doing patches. The patches are actually being made by Blizzard now and not pro gamers, right? Patching the game for themselves anymore. So I think those are all really good signs. The decisions are no longer being made by individuals with perverse incentives, and those are all good things. All good things. Now, the real question, of course, the guy in chat, he didn't actually mean, can you give me copium? What he said, what he heard himself saying was, Nathan, can you please tell me StarCraft 3 is definitely coming out because they updated this game? Now, if that's your standard, then yeah, you're probably doomed. I have no expectations. I don't even want it right now. You see the state of the company, you see the state of things in general. I want that game to be made by people who are crazy, crazy passionate. Like, the only people who should make StarCraft 3 should be, like, some super hardcore types that are like, oh, shit, we got Mike Morheim back just for this. Seriously. Because if you're just telling me that they're like, oh, yeah, well, you know, we did the Disney thing. We put a bunch of new people that have never worked on a game before, and they're going to make your game. But none of them actually wanted to make this. They got forced to by us, so now they're going to intentionally make things as different as possible just so they can feel like they actually got to make something real on their own. Well, if that happens, then yes, it'll suck ass. And right now, that's how everything is made, so everybody is cheaping out as hard as possible these days. So I really don't want it. I don't want StarCraft 3. Not until companies are willing to pay to make good shit again. But that's not the case right now. Nobody's willing to pay for quality. So why? You know? Why bother? I'll tell you what those interns could do, though. If they find a way to port this shit to Steam, if they want to get this game, you know, if they want to go on some high-level development project just to keep themselves occupied, Well, I would say they probably would have a lot of success. They probably have a lot of success and love from folks if they just got the game on Steam. Found a way to maybe fix some of the older performance issues on Windows. Get a DirectX update of some kind. They were able to do it for Heroes of the Storm way back when, so it's like, you know, I'm not going to say that it's the same, but also at the same time, it's clearly not impossible. So I'd like that, you know, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. But like, what do you like? Do you really want StarCraft 3 that bad? No. If none of the original people are involved with it at all, like, that would be just insane. That really would be. To me, I think that would be insane. So, until they've got their shit together and they realize, hey, if we want to actually dominate RTS, we gotta get all the people. We gotta get all the people that we can that actually know this shit and pay them to do it right. Until that happens, the game is always gonna suck. So I wouldn't hold out hope for it. We're talking about a hypothetical StarCraft 3, that's all. Original people made Stormgate. Yeah, but Stormgate didn't have that much money compared to StarCraft, though. Like, what they spent on Stormgate was pennies compared to what StarCraft spent on development. You guys, if you give Tom Brady a bunch of high school players, he'll lose to a collegiate team, just so you guys know. He'll lose to a collegiate team. No, Stormgate was funded off of venture capital that basically completely ran out after COVID. So, like, pretty much all venture capital money is like totally gone. So, that was really their biggest problem. They might have even been able to get more money from people if this wasn't literally one of the worst investment climates of all time. You know, unless you're heavily invested in AI, right? That's about it. He's going for all my add-ons. This is adorable. The moment I step out of my base, he's right there, guys. The moment I step out of my base. We see that all the time, though. We do. Perfect. Look at that. He's going crazy. My man is going ham. Yeah, man, let's get it. Let's get it, baby. This guy really is giving it his all, huh? I'm just gonna GG. That was well played. It was a great game. In your opinion, Terran should have SUVs with their army? What are you thinking? Like a Toyota? What is No, sorry. What's this? Like a man? I don't know any SUV lines. Like a Range Rover? Like Terran should always have Range Rovers with their army. They're like Utah moms. Bro, if I saw some Terran players on the Real Housewives of Salt Lake, that'd be some crazy shit. I mean, you know, like Lisa Barlow really sets the bar for crazy, but if I saw Terran units on that show, that might take the cake. That would absolutely take the cake. All right, we got another game, another Zerg player. I think this might be the same guy. So he's gonna rush lurkers or something like that, right? That's what we're gonna see. Little lurker rush. Imagine you start off as a private marine in training and eventually become a battlecruiser pilot. So you want to play like the Starcraft Tycoon? Is that it? It's like you build the base and do all of that stuff, but it's not actually a base. It's just like a civilian compound or something. Well, StarCraft Ghost is a shooting game, but I think if you were just like building a base and like leveling people up like a career. Well, no, there's another game that does that probably in a more interesting manner than a Tycoon game, right? What is it? It's not Stellaris. What is the other one? RimWorld. Like StarCraft RimWorld? I mean, that sounds sick, honestly. Why not? I'd play a StarCraft ripoff of RimWorld for sure. Actually, that's a great idea, dude. Unironically. I would actually does sound pretty good. If you guys haven't played RimWorld, it's like a simulator type tycoon-ish game, but lots of horrible things can happen to your town and the people in it. That's really all you need to know. Yeah, some folks in chat are repping some love for RimWorld. It's not a game that I play, but Katie and I have watched like like edits or compilations of people doing dumb shit and raging in that game. Cause yeah, what do you mean my lead engineer has syphilis and I can't upgrade the next tech level? GG. Oh, I see what's happening here. He wants me in his base so that when the queen spawns, I can't get away. That's all. Yeah, exactly. RimWorld's just like, you can just randomly have anything happen to just completely crush your run. It's a brutal game. I mean, that aspect is probably more of a selling point to StarCraft fans, though, right? Now, this map, I actually can't cliff jump back into my base. So the idea here is that we've basically made him commit a crazy amount of resources to this. And now we can kind of just fall back. Yo, thanks for the YouTube follows, guys. Appreciate it. Appreciate the support. If you can, consider subbing on Twitch or becoming a member. Don't get any ads. I appreciate it very much. Helps me be able to come on here and do this. I don't really know how long they're going to keep updating StarCraft. I think the fact that it's going to be at BlizzCon, I think the fact that they're patching the game, I think the fact that the game is having crossovers with every other major Blizzard IP, like, there's just a lot of signs. I look for a lot of indicators. Before I decide anything is happening. But I have to say, there's quite a few bullish signals, if you ask me. That's all. Game is being updated, no longer being patched by random fans. Game is getting, again, major support, crossovers with other popular Blizzard IPs. It doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't. Look at that, yeah, see, he's just tossing stuff away. He's just throwing it away. Nathanias, you know if we'll get any big tournaments this year? I'm not really in the loop on any of that stuff anymore, guys. I'm just a regular Starcraft fan like all of you, all right? When I worked my way into the professional scene, you know, I was an absolute nobody. I didn't come from a previous game. I didn't have any connections or friends, and I still don't. I still don't. So I don't really have optics on any of that stuff. The only tournaments I'm aware of are EWC and now this Classic Cup, but I don't think it's going to be like a huge thing. I think it's just meant to be like a celebration of the game more than anything. Seems like it. Because they're doing it for all the classic games, so there's going to be a Brood War event, there's going to be War 3, there's going to be all that. What happened? Oh, there's just not much going on anymore, really. There's just not that much going on anymore. I cast a few tournaments last year, but there's just not really that much happening. I don't get invited to do the Saudi stuff, and I'm not really interested in it, to be honest. But there's just not really anything that happens other than the yearly Saudi tournament, so. All right, let's just GG, go next. But yeah, there's nothing else that happens. I got invited to do the last ESL tournament that happened, but there's just really nothing else going on. In case anybody's watching and is interested, by all means, I would love to commentate some StarCraft. Hit me up. Hit me up. I think the next events are basically, there's a Home Story Cup. All the casters do that for free. I don't know if you guys know that, but nobody gets paid to work for that. That's like a pure passion project at this point. But I think there's like 2 Home Story Cups a year, and yeah, there's like two Home Story Cups a year in EWC. That's about it. That's about it. But nah, man, like, dude, when we were doing like a different DreamHack, ESL, I mean, I got to do like a show for ESPN and stuff like that. Like, all of that stuff was so cool over the years. We just got to go to so many cool places and do so many cool things because of StarCraft. I remember we did the collegiate championships on ESPN. We were out in Houston for that. Comic Palooza. Good times. That was when Grubby showed up late to dinner because he got the very expensive pass to get a photo with Daenerys Targaryen because they were out there promoting the last season of Game of Thrones or something. Yo, thanks for hanging, Carlos. Have a nice day, buddy. Yeah, the biggest thing that reduced the number of events, first of all, most esports companies, if you guys don't know, they have what's valuable, right? An audience, having a lot of people, especially in like a spending age demographic, to watch you, like having that audience is huge. But they didn't really monetize it because the more ads you put on, if you paywall stuff, like people won't watch, right? People hate ads. People hate ads, especially younger people on the internet. Man, you see that ad pop up, a lot of people just turn it off immediately. So you kind of have to really be invested in something to watch it, right? And then these guys don't really make money, so what they do is they would go to these meetings and pitch to their investors. They're like, hey, we've doubled our viewership. We've got millions of people in the demographic of like 15 to 30 that watch our stuff. Like, that's how those companies basically kept going. But they none of them ever really like found a good way to build a community of people that would consistently support them or want to deal with the ads and stuff like that. So at the moment where all that investment money and all that VC money disappeared, like the majority of the space imploded. So if you guys know Faceit, you know DreamHack, you know ESL, they all got bought by the same people. They're all one company now. So like ESL used to be a big competitor with DreamHack. And then Faceit used to be a really big competitor with them. And now none of them exist anymore. It's just EFG, right? That's what they're. I mean, that's what the emails that I get from them for my invoices and stuff say anyway. But that's it. They're just one big ass company now. And their main product is the esports world championship. So they don't do world tours anymore for all these other games. Well, ESL still might on their own, but Starcraft did not end up benefiting from that. If anything, there may not be any Starcraft events anymore if it wasn't for EWC, any big premier ones. But that's kind of the problem with the game, is people obviously have a lot to say about the fact that Starcraft competitive scene is owned by Saudi Arabia. That obviously sucks for varying degrees of reasons, but it's more like, you know, there's literally nothing else. So just little cups and stuff that people throw together on their own, but there's no big corporate investment going into the space at all. Not even into just small studios that could run a StarCraft event. A lot of the casts that I did when I was out in LA were, I did a lot of shows for Face It as well. I think I did like two years of the Face It Apex League, or 2 seasons of that. That was fun. I did Apex Legends for Face It. It's good times. But yeah, it's like there's no more Face It. There's no more DreamHack. There's no more ESL. There's just, they're all under one umbrella, so they're not competing with anybody. There's no incentive for them to do anything other than exactly what they want to do, and that's very good for them. It's very good for them. They're in a monopoly type position. But until there's some economic cycle reset and the bubble pops and people are looking for where to invest to make money, and there's not just, you know, there's not just one obelisk sucking up all the cash in the world. Once that's no longer the case, then somebody might say, hey, let's dump a couple $100 million into esports again. And until that day happens, there's just not going to be that much. Unless Blizzard decides they want to light money on fire again, which by all means, I'm here for it. I'd love that. I would love that. Dear Blizzard, please light money on fire again and bring back WCS. Please, God. I would love WCS. But yeah, my last professional StarCraft cast was last summer. That was for the final EPT event. Was DreamHack Atlanta. So I did the B stream. I did the B stream for DreamHack Atlanta last year. So it's not like I haven't been doing anything at all, but there's just nothing out there to do. There's nothing out there to do. Yeah, EFG literally means ESL Face It Group. Exactly. That is what EFG stands for. This might be the only map I have to veto just purely because I can't jump my Reapers back into my base here when I do this build. And it's like, what other opener can you even do against Zerg that's aggressive, that doesn't suck, except this Reaper build? There's not really many options. Look at that. Look at all these overlords he's got waiting for me to kill. How does Zerg even get out? Huh? Is he complaining? Is that what this is? I can't tell. Does he want me to respond seriously? I'm bad with social cues like this. I just can't tell if he's being sincere or not. Is he looking for like emotional support right now, or is this something else? He's like trolling me before he Nidus worms me or something? Oh, Das Muta. See? He's fine. I feel like he did all of this just to stop me from killing the overlords. Like, I feel like for some reason that's what he was fixated on. Bro, what the fuck are you smoking, dog? Beautiful. Nice. Look at that. Nice. think he might have us, boys. He might have us here. All right, I think he got us. GG, well played. See, look at that. All that whining and he still wins the game. Crazy, crazy. Crazy. All he had to do was believe in himself, guys. Turns out life isn't so hard, is it? Good evening from New York. My wife and daughter left for a girls' night, so it's me in the sun. Nice. Hope you guys have a nice night. Get some good pizza. If I was in New York right now, that's what I'd be looking for. I'd be looking for a pizza. I'd be looking for a bagel. Probably a cannoli. I'd be trying to get my hands on some Yingling. And whatever that pizza is that's only on the Northeast. Elios. I'd be getting myself some Elios for sure. Faux show. Hey, Timbound. Nate, you played any Starcraft 2v2 lately? No. There's not really that many people who play the non-1v1 modes in this game, like, to the point where it's just hard. I'm too good at the game, you know, so there's only, like, a few people you can really get queued against. I just had to call him out a little bit. Pizza, bagels, and Italian bread? Exactly, man. Exactly. Exactly. Give me an Elios. Give me an Elios frozen. It's good shit. Yeah, thankfully there's really good beer in Washington. That does help. There are so many breweries. There are so many breweries up here in Bellingham. There are thankfully lots of really, really good beers. But when I think about something that reminds me of back out there, you know, it's a solid option. Although at this point, I might be craving a Racer 5 more than a Yingling. For some reason, I just thought Yingling would be the only beer I couldn't get anywhere, you know? Oh my god, it's totally the wrong matchup. GG. I thought he was Zerg again. I'm just gonna dodge him since we got like 3 games in a row. He hasn't played any games today he hasn't played any games in almost a week, except for these 3 games against us. So I just want you guys to know, it does seem like he's being a little bit of a sussy baka. So I'm just gonna take 30 seconds. I don't want to assume he's cheating, so I'm going to let him search for a game. And if he doesn't search for a game, then I think we can say, based on the preponderance of the evidence, he's probably sniping us. And as long as we all agree on that, I won't, like, not queue. But as long as we keep getting queued against him, I'm just going to do, like, one base all-ins and not really engage with him. Because I do think he is trying to troll us and waste our time. So thank you for understanding. If at any point he queues into a game in the next couple of minutes, I think that'll be evidence that I'm crazy. So if he wants to make me look like an idiot, he should just queue up for a game. He can't really lose anymore. That's all I'm trying to say. So I'm going to take 2 or 3 minutes, just chill here, read chat, respond to your comments if you guys have any questions. But I just want to make sure that we all agree this guy's trolling us before I play 5 more games against him. If I don't have you guys on my side, it'll get really stressful for me. So I need that reassurance, like a warm hug. I got my 6th spam call of the day, though. All 570 numbers. The best thing about still having my Scranton area code for my phone, the best thing, is that nobody that I actually know in real life has a Scranton area code. because they all moved away. So, and they changed their numbers, I guess, probably should also mention. So there's no easier way for me to know that I'm getting a spam call than when I see my own area code on the phone number. That's one reason I'll never change it. Although, side note, if you have a Pennsylvania phone number, man, I get a shit ton of political messages and calls. I get texts from, like, all sorts of crazy people. You combine some of your favorite spicy salsa from the farmer's market you go to with some homemade tzatziki sauce on a leftover burrito, and damn, it slaps. What is tzatziki sauce? What is that? Is that, what region is that? There you go. See? He queued for a game. All we had to do is give him some time. All we had to do was give him some time. Is that heart rate animation from Half-Life? No, it's from Resident Evil. It's from Resident Evil. What's funny is actually his match history lines up with my stream schedule, because I didn't play for 3 days, right? I wasn't on yesterday or the day before. So the last time he was laddering was when I was live on Wednesday. These guys are funny. Well, we'll get another game soon enough. .2v2s are probably a good way for people to start out. Yeah, I think, like, the impact of being a good or a bad player is more easily felt the less people play whatever mode you're in, right? Like, when you join a random custom game on a random map, you know, that isn't set up by MMR, it's pretty common to run into somebody who's a different rank than you. You kind of, I think everybody's had that experience, right? You join, like, a peep mode lobby, and some guy in there might be Masters, and everybody else might be Gold and Plat, and that one Masters guy just kind of dunks on everybody. And sometimes that turns into, like, a fun thing where everybody tries, right? It's like, oh, everyone take turns against the GM in the peep mode. But, like, when you're playing 2 versus 2, you get a similar impact because it's obviously much smaller than 1v1, so the range of skill, even though there is MMR, the range of skill will still vary wildly in some cases. It can still vary. It can vary, like, really, really big time, so. But, you know, I wouldn't want to play 2v2 in Starcraft unless I had a teammate that I really trusted, because the reality is way too many man-children play this game. And I can deal with my opponent whining, because I'm sure in their mind, you know, they, like, when they're in a game against someone, they, like, just, you know, I'm some sort of evil monster. He needs to win at all costs. But when it's your teammate, you know, man, there's nobody like those 2v2 or direct strike teammates to tell you that you're not playing the more casual mode in the game wrong. I've had that way too many times. Way too many times. The number of direct strike games, number of 2v2s I've queued up, where I'm like, again, I'm literally one of the best Starcraft players that's played the game, and I can't even be fucked to do my own build in a team game, because this guy has no idea what he's doing. You're not going proxy 2 rags 3. Everyone just rushes Reaper. What are you doing? I'm like, bro, holy shit. No, thank you. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's easier to blame you for my mistakes than realize I made them. That just sounds like projection, right? I think everybody who says that is literally just projecting. It's just to blame your teammates. Like, yeah, you might do that. Yeah, because you're an asshole, but some of us realize that the world only goes around because of exactly that, you know? The entire world is actually not just a bunch of people blaming each other for shit. That's just that's just some deeply unwell people who like to be very loud, very loud. But there's plenty of good folks out there to work with. I would need someone like that, you know. I would need to have the kind of teammate that would be like, hey, let's try something dumb every once in a while. Because if you're taking the fun mode in a game that seriously to the point where you get upset over it, and I'm not just talking out of my butt. I play a lot of casual Starcraft modes. I've had people flame me in co-op just because I prestiged, which resets your character commander level. And I'm like, dude, I literally play this game like almost full time. Yes, I can win a co-op mission with a level 1 character on Brutal. But you'd be surprised how many people would just leave the game. They won't play with you if they don't think that you're good. It's just a thing that happens. Alright, so he's one basing. So what is this, Proxy Robo? I don't know if this is the same barcode that Cannon rushed us earlier. Oh, there it is. You know what? You can have this one, buddy. I'm good. Let's go next. Barcode proxying me. I think we're good. I think we're good on that. Now, see, I could have let myself get really worked up. I could have, and like tried really hard to fight that, but why, right? The only way that game could have ended was either killing the Void Rays and then he leaves, or he kills me, but I haven't actually played a real game versus Protoss today, so I'm not down for it, man. I've played probably like, I think we had a good couple games versus Zerg today. We had like one long TVT, but if all the Protoss players are going to one base me, then I'm going to just let them win. Do I play anything other than Terran? Yeah, I play Protoss and Zerg in like co-op and Direct Strike and all the other modes. Most of the time when I'm playing 1v1, it's because that's what people watch the most, right? So it's like, it's very targeted type of content. I enjoy playing 1 versus 1 with Terran, but like even if I wanted to play as Protoss or Zerg, it's just not as good of an experience because I don't offer the same level of insight and skill that I have with those as I do Terran. You know what I mean? But I would rate my Protoss, like if my Terran was an S, I would rate my Protoss as like a B and my Zerg is like a D. Does that make sense? But I play all the Protoss and Zerg commanders in co-op. I play those guys in 2v2. Sometimes I play a cheeky random game every now and again. I got Masters League with all 3 races, like way back. Way back when I cared about proving people who argued with me in chat wrong, you know. Guys like, you can't commentate this game if you don't know all the races, at least Master. So I did it. And then I was like, well, this didn't really change anything because you don't need to know anything about this game to win. You just have to be able to follow a build. 99% of the time, if you know how to build a robotics facility outside your opponent's base, guys, guess what? It's real easy to get masters with Protoss. It's real easy to get masters with Protoss if you know how to build a robo outside the other guy's base. That's all I'm gonna say. It ain't that tough. And then versus Zerg, you just rush carriers on 2 bases and turtle, and then it's still impossible to lose. You get to masters easily turtling on 2 bases with carriers. Easily. Any fast expand build into Void Ray, into carriers. Don't need anything else. People in Diamond or Platinum, they're so focused on trying to do their own shitty cheese 99% of the time. Any defensive build that goes straight into tech, they're just never ready for. It's the easiest way to farm wins. Or you get good at cheesing, but, you know, like I said, you can't really cheese Zerg the same way that you would cheese Protoss or Terrans. Hence the Proxy Robo versus those guys. You go Proxy Robo versus Terran, Proxy Robo versus Protoss, and just go carrier rush against Zerg. Very straightforward. I would play PvT macro games every once in a while. At least I understood that matchup. But Liberators and Mines are such bullshit units. Like, Liberators and Mines alone will keep me from playing Protoss probably ever again. How do you reach Masters with Terran? You could just go 1-1-1 BC Rush every game. That'll do it. You could go Proxy Reapers every game. You could go Double Factory Cyclone every game. You could go... Yeah, there's a lot. Terran's got a lot of them. Proxy Reapers. Did I say that one? Reapers are really good units. One base Thor drop. Yeah, that can be good. And Zerg? Yeah, you could go just Ravager Rush. Ravager Rush or Fast Pool. Yo, Dan. How do you protect from the Ravage Rush? Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'm trying to play this game right now, but maybe some other time I can answer your question. I do have a Q&A section on the Discord if you guys ever have, like, if you're the kind of person that's like, I want to ask a real question and not be dismissed or forgotten in the middle of a game, the Discord's the way to go. 10 out of 10, would recommend. Oh, damn. This really was his plan. GG. Let's go next. Is there a new one, or did I turn back on the old one? I remade the Discord. Guys, I have way too many Republican types following me, and I just can't stand that shit, man. The last thing I want to do, I would literally rather have people hate me for speaking my mind than have people think that I, like, excuse their shitty behavior. So, there you go. I'd rather be a woke idiot than a MAGA encourager, honestly. I'm happy to go down with the ship being myself, but there were way too many creeps. I've been like a creep magnet over the years. You see some of these guys I get matched against in the game. There's people are obsessed with me sometimes. I just don't like it. I nuked the whole thing. Just couldn't do it. So I completely remade the Discord. We completely remade it. All right, we got another random player.
It's time to kick things off.
What happened? Yeah, let's open that can of worms. TLDR. Nathan used to never talk about that stuff because there was no reason to ever talk about it. And now it's an inescapable daily dredge on everybody's life and existence, to the point where I would literally rather lose fans and followers telling people those guys can go fuck themselves than let any person come into my stream feeling like I share their ideals. That's really it. It's mostly about me not wanting anybody to... I really, really, really would hate to encourage anyone to support that shit, even on accident. That's more or less it. You guys know my story. I grew up dirt poor. I lived on Snap for years as a kid. I didn't have a mom. My dad's an immigrant. I'm a first-generation American. Absolutely none of that shit flies with me. Absolutely none of it. And there may not be anything I can do about it, but I can at least piss off every asshole who comes into my stream that likes that stuff, because they absolutely can't stand the fact that I won't sit here and pretend like it doesn't matter or it's no big deal. That's all. That's why we reset the Discord. This guy is random, so I don't know what the matchup is. But I'm just gonna play this like it's a TVP. I'm trying to manifest a macro game PVT if I can. That would be nice. Oh, he's a Zerg. Rip. I did the wrong build. Sorry, guys. A lot of random players today. Sometimes the builds just don't match up. Sometimes the builds just do not match up. Hey, J-Ren, thank you for the 63-month sub. I appreciate you, man. I appreciate you. See the matchup? Okay, we got a barcode Protoss. I'm gonna just assume that this is the proxy Void Ray guy. So we're just gonna one base him now. We're gonna just start one basing all the barcodes and random players, because it seems like I think we've only played against like 3 different people today on the stream. I've been playing this barcode guy like for probably 7 games. I think I've had like 7 games against the barcode today, and then. Yeah, no, I played that one other random player like 3 games in a row. They're eating up all my time. I've only got like another hour of the stream left, not even. I'm trying to give you guys something good to eat. I'm trying to give you guys something good to eat today. Do I speak any languages besides English? I've taken classes. When I was in college, I did a semester of Korean. I did 2 semesters of Chinese. I also know a couple of canned phrases in like Spanish and Latin and French, just from traveling and that sort of thing. I know a couple canned phrases in Russian as well. My dad remarried for like 4 years to a woman from St. Petersburg, and she taught me a decent bit of Russian. That's really about it. Not too much. I wouldn't say I'm fluent in anything other than English, but I would also say that I like to think that I'm slightly advanced with English. I like reading. I like learning words. I like reading everything I really can. What about Dutch from Roddy? Roddy only taught me things I can't say. Actually, Roddy only taught me inappropriate things that I probably should not say. What Dutch did Roddy teach me? Well, I know some curse words I really shouldn't say, because they don't even have English versions of them. But then, what's one that's funny but not super offensive? Nuke and Kukin. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason I just had to know that. But yeah. That's it. There you go. Oh, here it comes! There it is. There it is. Where's your oh yeah, no. My dad immigrated to New York City from Ukraine when he was 11. So believe me when I tell you, so hearing all the dumb shit people have to say about everything every day, man, it's just no. No. Way too much. My dad's from the same city as White Raw. If you guys know White Raw from Starcraft, he's from Odessa. That's where him and my granddad are from. By the what is it? By the Black Sea, right? Did I make progress in my replay program? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I'm currently in a pretty good place with it. The biggest issue I have with the replay analyzer is that I've basically got it to the point where it processes all the replays. It validates via MD5 hash whether the replay has been processed already or not. So it can't do the same replay twice. And the only thing that it's not doing well is displaying the data to the user yet. So I'm still building that out. Right now, the only thing the program can do is ingest replays. You can pull up the full JSON inside the app of all the data in the replay, but it's not really like necessarily being displayed in that way. Does this guy want my attention? We'll see. Let's see how much he asks for it. Maybe he'll make a funny. But yeah. The replay program is looking pretty good. Didn't know you have Ukrainian heritage. Yeah, man, I'm first generation. I'm first generation American, man. So believe me when I say MAGA idiots, you know, they think I'm like them because we look the same, but I absolutely do not support any of that insane shit. This douchebag saying he end the war on day one. Bunch of fucking morons, man. Morons. Hit him with the crown. Hit him with the crown. This guy loves me. This guy loves me. Yo, Josek. Amen, brother. Hell yeah. No, there's just way too many people in this country who fantasize about oppressing other people, really. That's the real issue. I would prefer whatever other consequences exist than to be affiliated or associated with those people. That's all. Fuck that. Yeah, man. No, dude, following that stuff, following everything coming out of there, it's like, no, it's super inspiring, really. People standing up for themselves and for what they believe in and all of that, you know? That's good shit. I love that. Yo, Van, is this guy a GM? Am I a Grandmaster? Yeah. I've been a Grandmaster Terran player for like 10 years. Been playing Starcraft for a long time. Sometimes you guys get a rare Nathanias treat, and I'll do a hardcore try-hard stream on my GM account with a delay on the stream, but I like talking to chat too much because I'm a diva who's all about myself, and I'm completely consumed by my own ego. So clearly, I usually don't play on my my main account when I'm streaming. There's probably a time not too far in the future though where I'm just using my GM account to play offline and just use the highlights from those to make like YouTube shorts, or I could do casts of my own games that I don't stream, things like that. But when I'm live on air, you know, I like to keep things chill. That's why he's trying to crack it open. That's why he's trying to crack it open. You know what, bro? You're good, man. Let's go next. Yeah, Van. There's some fools out there. There's a lot. Quite a few. All right, we got another random player. Bro, we've gotten nothing but random players today. Just all randoms. I can't wait to see how many games this guy has played before getting queued versus us today. I can't do any of my builds. Like, I just don't know what game I'm playing every time I queue now. I'm just going to go next. Let's just see. If I get a rematch against him As long as this isn't his like first game of the day. Okay, he's played like 6 games today. If we get metaphysics again, I'll play him, but I'm just kind of getting bored. I really want to like play a macro TVZ or a macro TVT, but I've been playing this barcode Protoss who's cheesed me like 6 games today. I've got this random player who I think I've played like 6 other times, right? But that's why I don't play on my GM account when I'm streaming, because stuff like that happens. I wouldn't be GM, you know what I mean? I get a much wider variety of opponents when I'm not streaming. I'll say that much. How am I supposed to go into a game and like have a build or a strat if I don't know what they're doing? It's too much. Once a day, maybe. Twice in a day? Sure. 3 games against randoms? I can almost handle that. But like 10? We're pushing like 10 games against random players today. So, it's just tough. I'm sure you guys have heard me do this rant a million times on stream, but if you don't know, it takes a minimum of like 35 seconds. It takes like a minimum of 35 seconds to reach your opponent's base at the beginning of the game. And if you go gas first for TVT, you have to build your first Vespene Geyser at 27 seconds. So you have to make your first gas 8 seconds before it's possible for a worker to reach their base. And that's why I say when you're playing against a random race player and you don't know what race they are at the beginning of the match, it's not possible to scout them in time to go gas first if they're Terran. So that's why I can do it a few times and I won't complain, but I'm starting to bitch a little bit now because I'm at, we're getting down to the last like 30 minutes, 40 minutes of the show, and almost every game I've played has been against random players, so I just haven't been able to like really strategize it all today. Just haven't been able. Yeah. But if I go gas, if I'm going to play against a Terran, I have to go gas first. So that means building my first Vespene Geyser at 27 seconds. It is impossible to have an SCV reach my opponent's base before the like 35 second mark. And that's assuming I go straight to his base at the very first second of the game. Like that would mean I'd basically have to start the game with 11 workers. And I still wouldn't get there before I would need to start my gas if he was Terran. So that's the number one reason why you won't see me really stress about random. But I am going to bitch about it when it's the only thing I play the entire day, because I was hoping we would get some more like real matchups, like just like TVZ, TVT, TVP. Although I don't think we played any real TVP at all today. Every single game we've had versus a Protoss was Proxy Stargate or Cannon Rush. That was it. It was just Stargate Rush every game. I'm saying brutal. Brutal. You went to a Starcraft 2 tournament in Warsaw? Nice. Yeah, Poland. I haven't spent too much time in Poland. I did a couple IEM Katowices there. I think we had a WCS event in, was it Warsaw or Krakow? We did a WCS event way back when. I remember Mana won it. We were like, that shit was crazy, because Mana had he's from Poland, and then he won, and it was like he won the big event in Poland, and it was just super fucking cool. I'll never forget that event because of it. I'm not personally crazy about pierogies. Everybody just went to this like place where you eat like an endless amount of really good pierogies, but they're just, it's a little bit heavy for me. A little bit heavy for Nathan's stomach. Just a little bit. So we did scout. We saw pretty standard hatch first into pool with gas. So very likely he'll have Lings. He could have started a Roach Warren already. And the way that we determine that is as soon as these Hellions come out, we're just going to go straight across. Just run right to his base and just see what is there. That's the goal. Polish also have pierogies. That was like the biggest thing when we did IEM Katowice. That was like the biggest thing everybody wanted. Everyone was just like, let's go get pierogies, or maybe it was Carmack. Might have just been Carmack, but yeah, people were pretty crazy for the pierogies. They were a featured hot ticket item. Yeah, so he's just using a bunch of queens to defend. It's a little bit turtly, but he does have some zerglings. This map is pretty wide open in terms of the way that the bases are laid out. It's not possible to like wall this off, for example, because there's so many angles. Got to be a little bit careful. So I'm just going to try and get my factory count up so we can create that space and get out on the map and all that stuffs. This is one of the tougher maps for Terran in the pool because of that. You can't really defend this space unless you make it a planetary. So we just try to put pressure on, stay in their face. There you go, another overlord find. But he's mostly just camping with queens. So he is just chilling. He is just big chilling with the queens. Aw, thanks, Wrathware. Appreciate you. I'm guessing he's going to do the turtle to Ultralisks. This is like the most popular Zerg strategy in the game, but most Zerg players, they just rush Ultras when they play macro games. So his goal is going to basically be to not interact with us as much as possible. And then when he gets to Hive, we're gonna see him just throw ultras at us like crazy. That is what most players do. They don't really deviate. There's not too much creativity in the matchup. Even if I was playing with like Marines and Marauders, he would just be sitting there on creep waiting for me the whole game. A lot of times when I'm streaming, I get these super uninteractive games, so that's one of the reasons why I developed the Megazord build, so I could at least win when I get these games. But yeah, he's not doing anything, so. Yeah, that's about it. That's about all that's going to happen this game. I don't know how much I'd have to lose before he would actually leave his base and move out on the map, but I don't think he's going to move out on the map until he has a shit ton of ultras. I just don't. It's not going to happen. Maybe if I get lucky. Can you live on playing SC2 on GM level? I don't know. Ask me in a year? I've only been streaming for like 3 months, so it's been a long time. It's been a long time since I was doing this. Look at that, see? He sacked everything for the turret planetary. Beautiful. Well, there you go. He can move out on them. You can move out on the map, guys. He can move out on the map. Holy cannoli, rigatoni, baloney. You don't play tournaments? No, I don't want. No, why would I want to play tournaments? There's no. Oh, no, hell no. Jeez Louise, you think I got married and settled down and got a dog and all of that so I could give up my life to play Starcraft for 15 hours a day? Holy shit. No way. No way, man. I'll be lucky if I could make a living just doing my meme streams like I do right now. That'd be nice. I'd sure as hell like that, but I'm doing this because this is the most fun thing I can do in between whatever it is I'm going to be doing next and now. I love this shit. But I have absolutely no illusion that I'm going to be able to convince a bajillion people to come sub to my 15-year-old game stream. I don't see it. I don't see it happening, but it would be nice. I was working full time for a little while. Bro, money from tournaments. Guys, you know what? I gotta just take a second. There is a guy in my YouTube chat that unironically thinks I could make like $70,000 a year from StarCraft tournaments as a player. I don't want to say anything mean, but I had to let everybody else know that somebody is unironically like telling me a lot of messages like that right now. I don't know what world you live in where you think that is the case, but God bless you, bro. God bless you. That is probably the nicest thing anybody has ever said to me about my skill as a StarCraft player, unironically, so. Into the meat grinder. Try to drop the mule to like block his movement. Perfect. Well, I think that'll do it. Let's go get him. Liberators, bro. They're good. Now you see the trick with this phase of the game is that you just try to keep the Liberators all spread out. That's it. So they can't parabomb you too badly. But that's it. Really, the only important thing to do here is just keep fighting, keep re-sieging the Liberators if he abducts them, and just try not to get all your Liberators in range of one parasitic bomb, if you can manage it. Beautiful. See, that's nice. I needed that to max out and kill somebody. It's been a couple of games, guys. It has been. It has been a few games since we were able to do this to someone. Look at that barbecue. Cook 'em. It is beautiful. It is beautiful. Resources lost, 8.9 to 19K. That's pretty sweet. He had 320 APM. Not bad. Not bad, not bad. Add in Feet Finder and Nathanias account. There you go. Exactly. I wear size 11s if you guys really want to know. All right, there you go. More details in the DMs. I got some hobbit ass feet. Is there a market? Is there a market for average height guys with big feet? What was my day job? I was doing IT work for a remote work company. I was the IT guy for a business process outsourcing company. So I was onboarding people to our Google Workspace. I was onboarding people to our Google Workspace environment, and also doing such things as setting up their profiles and getting their click profiles together and making sure they were in all of the right groups and making sure that nobody who wasn't in the appropriate group had access on the vault to any passwords that their role or clientele that they were working for inside the company, you know, all of that stuff. So security, data management, all of that kind of thing, user management. Also ended up interviewing new employees and stuff. Katie was working there as well for a bit. I was only going to be there part-time. An incident kind of occurred. They offered me full-time. I was like, well, I don't really want to jeopardize anything, so I'm just going to say yes. And then I didn't end up streaming for a long time, but I did have some fun. I vibe coded some pretty nice automation tools for managing our spreadsheet data. Yeah, the guy that I got in to replace decided to blow up a bunch of stuff he had access to on the way out. So then they were like, well, we were just going to bring you part-time and fire this guy, but he decided to literally light a bomb in our shit. So, you know, just kind of one of those things. Just one of those things. But it was nice to have like a break from it, you know, to have like a break and get perspective and all of that. Because a year ago, the Starcraft thing was like, oof, right? We went a while without any patches or updates, so. I think some of you guys might remember when I got the job in September last year, and I was like, yeah, I was doing the morning shift and then just getting on Twitch and going from like 12 to 4 or something like that after, but yeah. That's what I was doing, but it was fun. Hours weren't super great. Eventually, you know, it was one of those things where you get promised a lot, especially when that comes in and it's like, hey, well, this is what's going to happen if you stick with us for 6 months. 6 months later, none of those things have happened. Conversation happens. 3 months later, I'm gone. Pretty much what happened. So now I'm back to streaming. It's been doing a lot better than it was when I stopped, I'll say that. And, I mean, it helps a lot, you know. Blizzard comes back, the interest comes back. Yeah, Katie's managing a brewery. She's doing a great job. But yeah, things are good. Things are good. Yeah, Kate, I mean, she gets to bring back, she gets a shift meal every shift, and they let her bring two cans home. So we basically have free beer and for Kate the occasional free pizza and/or pretzel. So as you can see, Nathan's been working out. Like I mentioned, guys, I've been stepping up my walk game. We've upped it up to the we've upped it to to the sprint in the middle. And we're gonna continue to work that up. SC2 is a pretty old game, right? Yeah, dude, it is. It is old. But yeah, you know, it was an in-between thing for us. The reality is where we lived before was kind of tied to the job Katie had before then, and she was basically managing a construction company and doing a lot of work there. But she was working in like Snohomish, so the only way that we were ever going to be able to move up north was like literally any other opportunity. And obviously, once we got up here, you know, Katie was able to get a job doing that, and it's going to probably be a lot harder for me to find some place that will look at my insane ass resume and want to talk to me. But you know, I don't think too much of it. Thankfully, I'm very, very, very thankful and blessed to be able to say that as much as things could be easier, they could be so much worse. So. I'm just another millennial who turned 30, hoping that the once-in-a-lifetime events would stop happening every year, and yeah, then you learn that they don't. They don't. They don't. Yeah, I was 16, man. I was 16 waiting in line at GameStop when SC2 came out. Maybe 17. I've literally spent almost half my life playing Starcraft 2 now. Pretty crazy. If you count Brood War, I'm at 2/3 of my life, which is pretty sick. Oh damn! Oh, he had all that there. $25 gas. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, that was just bad luck on my Hellions running into his roaches and banelings. Right as he was about to push me for this all in, I accidentally smacked right into him. That's unfortunate. All right. I think he's got us. I think he's got us with the roach bust. GG. Let's go next. You cannot deal with the fact that you spent 15 years playing this game and still suck? I don't know, dude. I'm never going to be a pro football player, but I'll go out and throw a ball in the backyard until I'm dead. Either you like playing games or you don't. That's just the way it is. Now somebody actually did tip, so let me just take a second to give them some acknowledgement and give a big thank you. What the fuck? Is this real? Ripple Carry donated $188. Thank you. Holy shit. First of all, long time no see. Second of all, holy shit, dude. I gotta keep it together. Oh my god. Katie's gonna freak out when I tell her, but thank you, dude. Thank you. I need to get another Pika costume. Katie keeps I keep trying to throw it out, and Katie keeps telling me it's in the closet. She won't let me get rid of it, but I don't want to wear it because of how old and ratty it is. My dog has made love to it so many times over the years. I need to maybe get another one at some point. Thank you. Thank you. Dude. You don't know. You don't know. I am so careful. I'm so fucking careful every day now. And I just did not expect that. So I just thank you. I don't really know how to properly acknowledge or say however it is that I'm feeling from that, but just thank you. That helps a lot. I hope you and your family are well, man. Can you elaborate why gas first is so important in TVT? Yeah, Terran versus Terran just has so many different builds. Like, Terran has the most builds in the game, if you ask me. Like, Terran in general can just do so much more than Protoss. Terran can do so much more than Zerg. So when you're playing in Terran versus Terran, it's really easy to like get into these situations where your opponent is just hitting you with fast Reapers or anything else. But the reality is, if you don't want to go 2 racks Reaper or 3 racks Reaper, and your opponent goes Reapers, you have to have like Hellions or a Cyclone or your own Reapers. But it is so difficult to play a TVT with no gas at the beginning of the game, because Reapers will just run around your Marines. Any decent player will just abuse you if you don't have a factory and they've got their starport done in TVT. That's a death sentence most of the time. Like, you just don't come back from that. So you just don't come back from that. Oh my god, I canceled my racks. God damn it. Let's go next. Oof. What does this guy lose to? Oh, these are the only 2 games he's played today were against me. Okay, that's good to know. But what does he lose to? I'm looking for his last game he lost to a Terran player so I can see what kind of builds get this man. He lost to a Barcode in a 20-minute match. He went pool first. He did Lings against that guy, though. What did this guy do? He went Reaper, Reactor, second racks, double Reactor, Reaper, and then he double expanded. Oh my god, that actually sounds so hot. What is this game? Who is this? Who is this guy? He's got some crazy builds. He played a peak mode match yesterday. Hell yeah. This guy has the builds. What does he do versus Protoss? Racks, gas, factory. So he goes Reaper, Hellion, Liberator. Oh my god, Reaper, Hellion, Liberator, and a tank versus Protoss. That's beautiful. I love that. Crazy. You guys think Persephone's waiting to queue me again then, if I'm the only guy he's matched today? Is he still? Okay, he's in a game. Thank God. We should be good. Well met to you and the family. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. But yeah, generally speaking, over the years, you know, the things that you have muscle memory for, like the great lie of Starcraft, the great lie that is impossible to explain, because if you haven't done it, you'll never be able to understand it. But the great lie of Starcraft is that it's a strategy game. So much of this game is actually just like rote memorization and muscle memory. Like, literally so much of this game is just muscle memory. Just not having to think at all and have your body do everything. And then when you reach that point, then you can use your brain and like try and solve specific problems one at a time. But at that point, you know, you've essentially automated everything that you're doing. Like, I don't think about building workers. I just do it. I don't think about building depots. I just do it. I don't think about 99% of the things that I do in a game until I see what my opponent has. And then I think to myself, well, you know, in a minute or two, what is he maybe going to have, right? In 5 minutes, what is he maybe going to do? Is this somebody that I play against a lot? Do I have an expectation? Do I not have an expectation? Those are all like the fun places. Those are all the fun places to use the brain power. But like for most people, they think that there's like a secret to it. Like, oh, I just need a mnemonic device for depots. No, you don't. You don't. You need muscle memory. You need to just build 1,000,000 depots over and over again. But Nathan, I'm going to lose games if I just queue and do that. I don't want to play a custom game where I just build depots and max out. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Those are your two options. If you want to get better at building supply depots, open a game against an AI and just max out as fast as you can. Oh, that's easy if it's not even fighting me. Sure it is. Do it. Show me how easy it is. Go ahead. Make all the excuses you want to not do the hard work. Nothing's going to make you better at building depots than understanding the cadence of how your supply is coming out and knowing naturally how often you actually need supply to play the game. Probably could have turned the orbital before I made the bunker there. You drop this king. Yeah, this build is called a Reactor Hellion Expand. It's from 2012. You take the gas after you start the racks, but you don't build Reapers. You just get 2 Marines, and then you build the factory much faster than if you had done the other build I like to do. It's a much more fast gas strategy for the enjoyer of skipping Reapers. But like Reapers don't really do anything unless you make a lot of them. So I'm usually either doing the 2 racks Reaper versus Zerg, or I'm playing some kind of greedy 3cc style. If you guys play Starcraft long enough, you just learn that Terran versus Zerg at high level. The game doesn't even begin until like 7 or 8 minutes unless somebody does an all-in. And Zerg probably have the least amount of all-ins in the game compared to the other factions. So TVZ just generally tends to drag these days. Like Zerg is kind of too hard to kill in the early game, so Terrans don't really do fast attacks anymore. So it's kind of just led to this like, but Zerg at the same time also can't kill the Terran when they go 3 orbitals. So you basically have 2 races that have such good defense and very few effective like harass or offensive options that you kind of just, you just run into this dichotomy of just very passive openers most of the time. Beautiful. No. You don't have the gas. Now see that build? This build only works this well because this hits a lot faster than any other build that would do Reapers. Or sorry, this build hits faster than any modern build that would do Hellions. This build is actually like obsolete. People don't do it anymore because of Reaper openers. But by still doing a fast expand in a way that allows me to have a really fast amount of Hellions too, like that's just awesome. Yeah, you see, this is how most people just play Zerg though. So you can see he's being like crazy passive now. So he's not gonna want to move out anymore. He's just gonna be turtling up probably till Hive. So. But if he does decide to throw a few roaches at us instead of rushing the Liberators, I'm just gonna get some speed Banshees. I'm gonna try and poke him one more time. Yeah, still completely uninteractive, right? He doesn't even have units. He literally doesn't even have units. Just crazy greed. No drones on this third base actually makes it seem like it's gonna be mutas too. Right, he hasn't spent any gas. He's just going up. He's just going up to like what, 5 or 6 bases here. He has no interest. He has no interest in doing anything that would involve him interacting with me until he's got probably like 100,000 drones. He's just gonna wait. Yeah, I can actually still get all the drones this way, so that's fine. There we go. Well, we'll see. He's got a crazy economy, right? He just kind of sat there and didn't spend any money all game, so now he's got a lot of money. It's going to be difficult. All right. Well, that's not too shabby. Again, it's still going to be tricky because we have to remember he has just had a lot of money. He's done nothing other than spend the whole game taking as many bases as he could get away with. So we persevere. Probably just need more starports, if I'm being honest.
Attention! As you say. Easy. Standing by.
Yeah, take the queen. And then whoop whoop. I send one liberator across the map and suddenly he's got 100 spore crawlers. My man. Oh, he's paying attention all right. See, that's why I'm usually like, you know, when people turtle like this, it's usually because they're watching and they don't want to have to like actually do anything, you know? They kind of just want to react to whatever they see on the screen. So I do think we're in one of those games, just based on how limited the interaction has been from him. Nice. I say it's just time to just push. Yeah, run into the liberation zones. If you want to fight me, yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, I love you, baby. Katie. 77 months, Katie. I love you, honey. Katie coming into chat to tell me that she's off shift. The dream. What a game. FedEx drove by in case anybody was wondering. Hatch, gas, pool. Well, you know what? If I've got pizza and beer on the way, maybe I got time for one more. I could do a little cheeky cheese wrap up. Oh, she texted me, pepperoni and bacon because YOLO. God, I love my wife. Yeah. And then I can watch the Jets tomorrow, be terribly disappointed again. I can watch our superstar-less roster. We only had 2 X Factor players in Madden, and now they're both off the team. I haven't booted up Madden since the trade news. I can't lie, guys. I could at least play better. I could be a better coach in the game than the coach in real life, but oof, there's no more players on the team like at all. Okay, TVZ. It's TVZ against the same guy. I'm going to do the Cyclone drop. That's what I want to do. I think that could be fun. This guy was really, really passive and basically didn't interact with us at all the last game until it was time for us to kill him. So I'm just going to cheese him. Let's do something crazy. Great way to round things out tonight, and then we'll come back tomorrow. I'll be on the same time tomorrow as I was today. I need to do some mine drops tomorrow. I can't lie, guys. I've been getting the itch. I've been getting the itch to do some Widow mine drops. That's what I wanted to do in some of my games versus Protoss today. But I literally did not play a single game of TVP today that made it past like 1 base. It's crazy. At least one of them was my fault because I tried to attack that guy who had a bunch of stasis wards everywhere. But even that was still like a kind of game. So we're going to get aggressive, get in his face, see what we can do. Oh, and apparently Kim Wexler from Better Call Saul is in a new show. She's a lead in some other show that I've seen some kind of interesting clips of. I don't know. Has anybody here watched it? I haven't checked it out yet, but I think I might. Yeah, is it called? It's like Pluribus or something. Some sort of. I don't want to say anything about it. I've only seen like 2 TikToks that explain some of the first episode lore, so no spoilerino, but it looks good. Yeah, Vince Gilligan. I don't really. He did Breaking Bad. Did he do anything else? Is he related to Gilligan's Island? I don't know anything about Gilligan. I just heard his name a lot. He did Better Call Saul as well. Oh hell yeah. Yeah, okay. Man, let the man cook. Let him cook. Let him cook. Yeah, that's pretty sick then. That's pretty sick. I told you guys I finally finished watching through the rest of Better Call Saul, right? Yeah, I mean, I was only like 3 episodes, but holy shit. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be one of the best. That's up there, man. So all good stuff. I guess that guy doesn't miss. He did a lot of X-Files episodes. You know, I feel like I missed out on the X-Files era because we didn't have TV back then. And I feel like that was only popular in like the early 2000s. So I just kind of missed out on it. I had to go back and rewatch a lot of things from that time. Happy Saturday. Hey, TG. This is our last game of the day. We're doing a little cyclone cheddar. I'll be back on tomorrow, though, around the same time. Katie's opening tomorrow as well, so I'll be on probably maybe even a little bit earlier. There were a few things I was working on today that I was testing. The heart rate monitor, for example. I didn't really look too much at it during the show, but if you guys have enjoyed seeing that, I don't really know. Maybe it'll be more interesting when I'm playing like I'm like too desensitized to Starcraft that it's not really going to give me that rush, but unless we get into a crazy game. But these have all been pretty low energy games. So maybe we'll get some more excitement tomorrow. I do feel like it worked nicely, so that is cool. Yeah, now you get it. Oh, now you want to build units. Yes, yes. No, see, this is the best part though, because now he hardly has anything. This is what it's all about, baby. Now, I'm not surprised that even with no scout, he had a crazy amount of shit ready there. But that was, again, like I said, we had that really passive game from him before, so I'm not surprised by that. He is going to react to what we do. He's not on autopilot. He's paying attention, that's for sure. Sometimes you don't even need to do dropship micro. It just keeps the vision for the lock-on. Sometimes that's all you need. What if your queen couldn't kill the Liberator? Uh-oh. Fantastic. Fantastic. Go ahead. Charge into the lib zone. Have fun. Got the Ravager. Mm-hmm. Oh, free queen too. Noise. Heart rate's going up. There we go. There we go. This game making me feel alive? Nani? Oh, he's going for my base he doesn't know about. Ay, ay, ay. Let's get it. Now this is my favorite part. Yeah, that works. He is really pushing it. I like this. See, sometimes you just have to be aggressive to the turtle, and then you can get a good game out of him. This actually is getting kind of nice. I no longer feel like this is an easy win. We pushed him. We pushed him, and he's playing a lot better than last game. It's good shit. I checked for ninjas. Doesn't look like there's anything to worry about there. How about this? You keep these guys with them. Yeah, let's fight. Yeah, get him to run through the circles of doom. There you go. There you go. There it is. Boom, boom. Do you just mineral dump building command centers? Yeah, that's Terran, baby. That's Terran. Mm-hmm. That was a nice game. I was like, the last time I played him, he just didn't do anything until he had Hive. In this game, he still just tried to rush Hive, from what we can see. But, yeah, we just made it a lot harder on him. That's all. But yo, what a game. Let's see. Just to do a quick stat check at the end. 8 p.m. 555 to 169. Nice. Resources lost. 8.8k to 16.7k. Let's see, upgrades. He had 2-2. I had Magfield. Is there anything else really to look at? How many workers did we get? 51 drone kills. It's pretty fun, right? Like, this is like a fun kind of strategy to use. I don't know what like a highlight from this game looks like, but I definitely enjoy playing like Cyclone Evac. It's not very good because, you know, the medevac is very expensive and it doesn't actually heal any of your mech units. So I would prefer a cheaper medevac. I would prefer a cheaper evac and then it would be maybe a little more spammable, but it's not to be. But yo, thanks for watching tonight, guys. I really appreciate it. Excuse me, I really appreciate it. That's going to be it for me tonight, though. I'll be back on tomorrow sometime between 11 and 12, and I'll probably be streaming about the same that I did today, which right now it's about 4:30. So Katie's going to be home. Katie's going to be home soon. Pizza and beer, and we are going to probably go for a walk. Probably play some video games. Probably WWE Wrestle, the Golden Retriever, and talk about the stream. We're going to talk about the stream, talk about work, talk about all that stuff. So, boy, do I have so much to tell Katie about from today's stream. So, thank you guys for hanging out with me. I hope you're doing very well. Remember that you are valuable, you are important, and you matter. All right? You do. And if you don't believe me, then believe me.